Alright, we're about to get started. All aboard the Astrolands Express. Next stop, the Dreamlands. We're gonna have another fantastic show for you, in which I will be working on my cyberpunk battle manga and taking your ghost stories in the chat. We'll also read off some stuff here and there. Let's go ahead and get started, shall we? I hope you're doing well tonight. I know I am. I'm wearing a hat today just because my hair has been getting in the way. I think it's time for a haircut. Hello, Mr. Chisler. Welcome in, welcome in. Gotta load this page. Sorry for the delay tonight. I had some technical problems. Well, I just had this issue where I restarted the computer, and then I was typing out the go live notification when the cursor just started randomly hitting spacebar over and over again. So I had to restart again, and that's why we're going live at this time instead of 8:05. Part of the problem with the idea of multi-streaming is that on YouTube, you have to go live exactly when you say you're going to go live. Otherwise, you can't go live. It's really weird. It's very strange that it's so sensitive to that. The scheduling software and everything that the YouTube algorithm works on is very weird. So I think before I figure out how to do multi-streaming on the 15th, because we're going to do a huge stream to celebrate the launch of the Kickstarter, and let's go ahead and update our pre-save goal. We're now at 53 pre-saves, so we only need 97 before the 15th. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. And it's thanks to you, wonderful listeners, that we are even to this point. Tech's been teching real hard the past few days, absolutely, but our bitrate is good right now, so I guess whatever issue Twitch was having the last couple of days, they've resolved part of it at least. We're now over 3,000 kbps. That's a technical term, you heard it here first, kbps. Last night we got up to these flats. I did not actually get any artwork done earlier today, unfortunately. Yeah, because wife and I decided to have some us time while I lurked on a couple of streams. So let's go ahead and log into Kickstarter so I can count the pre-saves that come in tonight. Our goal will be as many as we can possibly get tonight. So if you know someone who would be a fan of this stream, or who would be a fan of a cyberpunk battle manga that is best described as Dragon Ball, if it had a Lovecraftian baby, with Akira, the manga or anime, your choice, feel free to send them to this stream. Drag them kicking and streaming if you want. Duct tape is optional, of course. You don't want the sound to carry too far. That was a joke, by the way. Here we go. Let's go ahead and take a look. We are still at 53 pre-saves. So, fantastic. Well, we're going to go ahead and get started. I have not had a chance to update any more of my alerts, or my transition just yet. And I just now noticed that I need to do the flats. I need to finish the flats. I thought I was done last night, but that just shows how tired I was. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. You know, every once in a while I see people talking about how they don't like politics in their stories. Well, I think that's pretty short-sighted, let's say, especially for folks who enjoy the cyberpunk genre. How can you say that you don't enjoy political stories when you're a fan of Star Trek? Well, I'm here to tell you, dear listeners, that it's okay to enjoy your political stories. In fact, I encourage it. If you didn't enjoy politics in your stories, well, I don't think 1984 or Animal Farm or any of the fantastic stories that came out in the, I guess, golden age of science fiction would be popular. Even Total Recall is extremely political. Think about it. A story where a corporate overlord essentially owns the air that people breathe. Thank you so much, Quinn. Lovely, lovely Quinn, my wife. And the best mod. And Jade is demanding she be let into the studio. What do you think? Should we open the door for her? Excuse me. We all know the answer is yes. Let me go ahead and get her. Let me go ahead and do the thing. Come on. Come on. Come on. No, wrong way. Wrong way. Follow my voice. Follow my voice. Good girl. There we go. I think even the 8-ball would agree with me on that. I agree with the 8-ball in that case. Oh, Jade. Your adoring public waits. Let's go ahead and go full screen while we have her. Aw, there she is. A blue jade. Oh, she is not happy. Cat tax. Alright. She does not want to do that. I'm trying to figure out what sort of transition I should have for this theme, for this vibe, if you will. Dear listeners, I will gladly take your comments on that. How should I do it? We might have a guest tonight. one of the variant artists who's still working on his cover. He may be joining us in just a little bit. I've inquired whether or not he wants to do that still. But if not, no big deal. This is just a lump of blankets. Excuse me. That's the trouble with seltzer water, even though I love it. All right. And once again, do remember that we're taking your ghost stories. We'll be taking your ghost stories until 3 a.m. tonight. I got a decent amount of rest last night, so I won't be as low energy tonight. And of course, I'll be telling a few stories that I've found on the internet. And I think every day that I'm going to go live, I'm going to find several stories that stand out to me to read for your pleasure. And we'll probably do an excerpt from one of my stories as well at some point. Alright, I got a few pulled up, but for now, we're going to get some work done. Because I am still behind. This is what we got done last night. Pretty colors. Couple of ideas that we had today while we were just brainstorming and being out and about. I was thinking about, wife suggested that I have a redeem where you guys tell me to shut up for 5 minutes and just dial in and focus. And then maybe some automated chats that, to function like old-style viewer call-ins on old radio shows and stuff like that. I think that could be fun. Of course, we could also use Discord, since Discord has an audio function, if you wanted to leave me a voice message to play on the air, quote-unquote on the air. We're being very tongue-in-cheek about that definition. Oh, so tongue-in-cheek. Much wow. Very yes. Who wouldn't want to hear that soothing voice, though? Thank you, Chiseler. And I don't know. I don't know anyone personally who wouldn't. That's the most common compliment I get, other than the compliments on my writing and art. So, maybe there's something to this. And if I get to make comics and perform for you wonderful listeners out there in Dreamlands, why not? just setting up the lighting. It's going to look strange at first, but there is a madness to my method, as I always say. I just realized I drew him with very thick eyebrows here, and that's typically how I draw him. So we're just gonna have a strong contrast there. So I guess if we have an open lines themed night, what we'll do is we'll open up the Discord to allow voice messages. And basically, you would send me... In fact, let's make this on the Discord right now. I can customize it later. Let's see. You can now send voice messages to the open lines messages part of the Discord. So if you'd like to test that out tonight, please mind the rules of the Discord and this chat. Rich and I are playing Fort. Sorry if I come through the audio. You probably won't. Although I haven't listened to the last couple of nights' shows. But we'll see. Today, wife and I and the mother-in-law went out to get some margaritas. We visited a community market. Some neat things there on display. None of them really my style, personally, but I prefer, like, comic book art and stuff like that. So, I'm not really the type to buy, like, ceramic bowls and things like that. Good luck. Don't hurt yourself carrying Rich. Oh, that had to sting, Rich. And we're going to be reducing this down in size when it goes to print. And I still haven't gotten an email from Comics Wellspring. It is certainly strange that that is the case. Jade just knocked over the soundproofing blanket. Next week, we're already lining up some collaborations. On the 14th, we'll be doing... Jade, what are you doing? Alright. She is... Nope. It's gonna be one of those nights. She knocked over the soundproofing blanket, and then I'm very sensitive to her movements, so anytime I hear her walking around pacing, I always think she's gonna end up peeing somewhere she's not supposed to. Because as a blind kitty, she goes wherever she wants, quite literally. Aw, Jade. Well, Smith, you missed the cat tax. But hopefully she'll come back at some point. She'll start clawing at the door again to the studio. And we'll have no choice but to listen to our cat overlord's demands. Jade may be an aging emperor, but she still gets her way. And at 1 a.m. we'll be taking a break to give her all the wet food she desires. And her medicine, of course, but don't tell her that. As I was just explaining to chat, we have a new... Damn it. Not only did I break character, I also broke my rule of not coughing into the mic tonight. We have a new text channel, a voice channel where you can drop your open lines. What that means is you can drop voice messages into the Discord chat called Open Lines Messages, and I'll play them on the air. And of course, if you have ghost stories to tell, feel free to drop them in the chat. Otherwise, I'll be telling a few myself that I found on the Reddit. There's some, also, we might do some creepypastas as well. Otherwise, sit back, relax. We're in for a good show. Last Saturday was an incredible show, so let's see if we can top it. On the 15th, we'll have this multi-streaming thing figured out, more than likely. And we may be going live most of the day. I know. I know. You'll be wondering, shouldn't I be asleep during the daytime hours? After all, I am not a daywalker. And do let me know if you can hear the music that we're vibing to tonight. You're not wrong. I am thinking, shouldn't I be asleep? Well, Mr. Chisler, we're more than happy that you're choosing to be with us rather than braving the Dreamlands itself. Believe me when I say I've seen what's in the Dreamlands, and you don't want to go there. We have an ad break coming in just 1 minute. You have been warned. Please remember that we did not choose these sponsors. They dragged us into a back alley at knife point and forced us to show you their wares. In any case, I'll see you back here after these messages from our unwilling sponsors. Who consequently do not help to keep the lights on. So really, they're not paying their weight. For those of you who are subscribed, do take this opportunity to get up and stretch, even though I will be working through the break this time. At some point, I will be taking a break myself. Welcome back, chat. I hope you enjoyed those sponsors or those sponsored messages from our corporate overlords, as they demand total and complete consumption. Consume. Consume. We've got 4 hours till midnight. I think at midnight, I'll read off an excerpt from one of my stories. Until then, we'll be taking your ghost stories in the chat and reading off ghost stories from Reddit and other places. If you have a good ghost story you'd like to share with me to read off on the air, do let me know. There we go. Now we're going to come in here with this texture brush and just blend, blend, blend away. Stick good old Keelan in a texture blender. Here we go. Now it's starting to look like a real thing, and not an eldritch abomination of light and color. I got to have some pizza by the slice today while we were out and about at said community market. It was quite tasty. And apparently, and I didn't even know this as I was consuming the pepperoni was not pork-based. And I didn't notice it. The owners, and this has been one of my favorite pizza places, but I haven't been there in a long time, not since we moved out of Church Hill. Jade, where are you? I don't know where she is. But they're Muslim, so they do not sell pork products. But their pizza's absolutely delicious. Very New York style. And New York style is probably my favorite kind of pizza. A few years back, I had the pleasure of traveling up to New York for a wedding, and I was most excited about the pizza. The buildings were cool too and all, but it was the pizza that drew me there. Do you have a favorite pizza spot where you live? Or is pizza pretty much one of those chain-only type things where you are? Does in my stomach count? Of course. That just means you don't care. Chat, did you know that Wawa has pizza? You do now. But we don't support Wawa on this program. Their pizza's awful anyway. To explain, chat, there's a game called The Game. And every time you say you lost the game, you lose the game. Well, that's the preface for this new game that wife and I came up with after we heard countless commercials about Wawa having pizza. And these commercials basically consisted of repeating Wawa has pizza over and over again in the most obnoxious way you can think. So we kept saying, Wawa has pizza, Wawa has pizza. Did you know Wawa has pizza? Wawa has pizza. So now, anytime we want to catch one of us off guard, we say, by the way, did you know Wawa has pizza? And one time, wife decided to catch me off guard by actually bringing home a Wawa pizza and setting it on the counter. And let me tell you, I was not having a good day. So when I saw that Wawa pizza, I screamed, fuck. I won't do that here right now because we're trying to embrace an ASMR late night radio vibe, so yeah. I do have a pizza place of choice. It does some interesting flavors. My personal favorite is popcorn chicken, bacon, waffles, and maple syrup. Maple syrup is a very unusual one. Don't know if I've ever seen that before, personally. Out of nowhere. I believe that fuck you was directed at me. For doing, did you know Wawa has pizza? Unless I read that wrong. Entirely possible. Potentially probable. If you're just joining us, we are making a cyberpunk battle manga. The Kickstarter is just around the corner, so do drop us those follows on the Kickstarter pre-save page by clicking the link pinned in the chat. Following the Kickstarter means hitting notify me on launch, and it costs nothing to do so. We're going to have rewards as low as $5 for those of you who want to support the project, but maybe are a little bit tight on cash. We're conscientious like that. So do follow the project today, tonight. Our goal is to break 60 follows. We need to hit 150 by the 15th. But it's launch or bust. So we gotta make it or break it. Of course, the goal is to fully fund on day one. And Jade is demanding to be returned. She's knocking on the door. Come on, come on. Sorry, Jade, it's cat tax time. Your adoring public once again calls. She does not like this. Here we go. If you can, drop your Jade emotes. Cat tax. Yes! She's like, why are you doing this? No! Okay. Okay, I know. Such a sweet girl. She is. She puts up with so much of my shit. But then again, I literally put up with hers. Because since she's blind, she mainly navigates by smell. And Wash will decide to just poop in the middle of the cat box. And then Jade smells poop and decides, I'm just going to poop on the floor of the bathroom. So, she is so sweet. She is the sweetest. We're just going to make these deets pretty subtle. We'll add some not so subtle ones as well. Yeah. And she requires a lot of care now. Much more than she did before. So ironically, she's gotten her wish of Daddy never leaving the house, really. She used to absolutely hate it when I would leave. Given that the cat box needs to be immaculate, and sometimes she'll just do whatever she wants anyway. Sometimes that doesn't even help, and she will still have issues with the cat box. That wasn't for you, that was at him. Oh, so you didn't hear me call out that Wawa has pizza. Gotcha. No, she did. Explicitly so. There. Very good. Very good. That might be a bit too subtle. This panel is going to be pretty easy. And I'm thinking all of these hot pink elements are going to be glow in the dark. Which should still read in CMYK. With every page that comes under my belt, I learn more and more about the process. Oh, I did post a thing on the Story Rant YouTube. I don't think it's going to go anywhere with the Shorts algorithm, so I might have to do a horizontal video for it. But I did a lore video for, well, technically it's just me reading off the first 3 pages of the comic. So if you're subscribed to the Story Rant channel on YouTube, do go over, give that a watch, give it some watch time. And plus, you get to hear me talk and do a dramatic reading of the first couple of pages. And if you guys like that, I can always do more. Once we're done with this panel, I'm going to read off a ghost story for you guys. And then we're going to find another playlist to listen to while we work. There will be some continuity things I'm going to have to address on the previous page for the closet, since there is a blue light inside there. If you're lurking tonight, be sure to refresh your lurk. And of course, just because it glows in the dark does not mean it doesn't get light cast onto it. All right. Some cake on display for you. Hoping to catch up on these pages. All I've been thinking about the piece I was designing for my Be Right Back screen, and maybe it should be comic book art in style instead of painterly. So I was thinking about how many hours it's going to take me to bring it to a finish. I'm thinking, what should I do about that? And I'm not entirely sure, because I do have a lot more of this kind of stuff to get done. And of course, some of these are a little off model, but it is what it is. It's a quick panel. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. I don't want to do that often, though, about cutting corners or not doing corrections. It's not that hard to edit a piece, though, especially now that I'm a lot better about my layer organization. Layer organization is probably one of the best ways to make it easy for you to go back and fix panels. Like, some of these rings are misshapen, and I'm just kind of rolling with it right now. But in the future, I may decide to change it. Swap in our playlist. All right, welcome back, community. I didn't even realize that the ad break was going. I do apologize for that. Sometimes I get a little too dialed in to the artwork. We may finish up all the color pages tonight, at least for this section. I think after these there's one more, and that's the final page of Chapter 2. Hello, Miss Sam. How are you doing tonight? We are just beginning the show. And you arrived just in time for the first ghost story tonight. Because this panel is just about done. I'm doing decent. Gonna start a wood burning piece. Ooh. You know, one of my streamer friends, Cryomera, maybe you're friends with her, she also does wood working and stuff, and I hope she's doing well tonight. I haven't seen her streaming in a while, and her streams are always an extremely chill time. She's a wonderful person and a fantastic artist. So, 2 for 2. If you're going to do some co-working, that's fantastic. We are a completely lurker-friendly channel, so do enjoy the late-night radio vibes as we travel toward the Dreamlands. And this panel is done. Alright. This story comes from Reddit user SidVicious42069. New Jersey. North Jersey in the mountains. I'm sorry. Our family home was part of a mining railroad system. The old railroad was in our backwoods. Our home was an old slaughterhouse/livestock farm. Dug up skulls and bones my whole childhood. I'm going to lower the volume on that because it's a little bit distracting. We actually had the ruins of the old slaughter mill in a field with a blood drainage system to a pit with lots of bones. My entire childhood shit would fly off my shelves onto the floor, or you'd set an object down on the counter and it would be gone. I actually witnessed these things. Sometimes I would feel someone sit on my bed, too. As a young adult, I constantly burned sage in my room to try and get rid of whatever was stuck in my room. My parents remodeled the house and found a bunch of animal bones buried in the foundation, and by foundation I mean a pile of dirt with wood set on top of it. Eventually, I felt the scary thing leave my room, but there was another ghost still present. During COVID, I moved back with my parents, and a few times a week I would hear their heavy-ass door open and shut. They had a porch and deck with multiple doors, so air pressure literally could not cause a door slam. I'd hear heavy bootsteps downstairs and yell, "Hey, Dad!" No response. Check parents' window that overlooked the driveway, and of course, no one would be home. Parents are still in this house and say that they constantly find all the kitchen cabinet doors open, or they hear shit in my old room that sounds like a bookcase falling over, and they'll rush up and everything will be perfectly fine, or things will go missing and they'll find them in my old room. When they remodeled where the attic door/staircase was become my mini bathroom, my dad never believed in ghosts, but now that he's retired, he 100,000% believes we got ghosts. He was in the military, so he thinks it's funny and calls the ghost Gladys, but definitely prefers to spend his time outside. My mom does not think it's funny at all, and I'm just glad I live very far away, and I refuse to stay with them when I visit. Not sure if you know them. Crypt Teeth used to be Cryptid Kitchen. I'm doing something for her. Ooh, I do not know them. Do they stream? Oh, wait, I forgot. She's currently streaming, yeah. Okay. Let me, Is she an art streamer or just one of your regulars? Do you follow? Do you stream as well? I haven't had a chance to look at your Twitch. Well, let's give you a follow anyway. Why not? Crypteeth. Oh, I think I've seen this one person before. Well, they're followed. Alright, and now I need to grab my reference. I have brand spanking new reference photos too, so maybe I'll get into some concept design later. I haven't streamed in a minute, I just started. That's okay. When you do, and if it aligns with my schedule, I'll drop in and say hello. I'm more of a chatter. That's a-okay. Not everyone can do the streaming thing. I definitely understand that. I didn't think streaming was cut out for me, or I was cut out for streaming either for a while. But eventually, and it's only really within the last week or so that I've found my groove and my style. Or rather, shtick, if you want to call it that. Oh, damn it. Forgot to lock my layers. And I don't have regulars, but I've done a couple people Twitch logos as wood-burning pieces, and I like it, because I'm not super good at it. Aw. Well, if they like it. Everyone starts somewhere, though. I was saying to Quinn just the other day that you're really getting the hang of this streaming thing. That's great. I'm glad. It took me a while to get the hang of YouTube hosting, too, and eventually I got there. Seems like we were just starting to crest the hill, me having to step into Simon's shoes and everything, getting past the point where people really just couldn't shut up about it. But I digress. Do you have a Discord server? Absolutely, it's linked down in the description, the About section. It's a permalink, so you should be able to join. We do have rules, and I do ask that everyone take a look at the rules, and don't make me make more rules, is one of the rules. The only political thing I say is I don't tolerate white supremacy in my server, and that's really it. But I think pretty much everyone can agree with that. Because I'm friends with a lot of people from vulnerable classes, we'll say. And I like to provide a safe space for them as well. In this world that seems eager to screw them over. We don't like that. And we are making good time, I think. But our Discord community is quite small. I did also add a new channel where you can drop your voice messages. It's called Open Lines Messages. I've joined your server. Thank you. Absolutely. I'm glad to have you. So if you have a voice message you'd like me to read off on the air, within reason, please don't say anything horrible. And by horrible, I do mean like something the opposite of what Kanye West would say, or Yee, whatever he's calling him. That's a good rule of thumb, I think. I think his horn is going to be lit like so. And I'm going to go ahead and wave to say hi. Welcome to the server, and eventually I'm going to rename it once more to A Late Night with Eric Malachite. Right now it's called Eric Malachite's ADHD Cave of Weird Shit, just because it was kind of a dead server at the time, and, you know, we're rebuilding it. I love the name. Which one? The Late Night with Eric Malachite thing, or ADHD Cave with Weird Shit? I jokingly called these late night streams that one night. I just got officially diagnosed with ADHD. Welcome to the club. We meet every night here, actually. Most of us probably have ADHD. My wife and I both have it, and I've had it since I was a kid. Both names, honestly. Well, I mean, I'm happy to do a compromise, you know. I got to take some more reference photos around Richmond today as well, so I have some cool stuff from the, I forget what it's called. It's where they have the flood walls and everything. There's a little park in there. And I want to base Lower Shangley off of something like that. I'm sure I've had it forever, but was just officially diagnosed. Absolutely. And it's usually pretty common for women to be diagnosed later because the way women are socialized is very different from boys. Girls are usually told to keep their emotions in check and to behave themselves at all times, so you're actually given more coping mechanisms early on, so your symptoms only show up later on when things, you know, if you end up with, like, my wife's issue where she started having... sorry about that. I need to open up my next water. If you start to have, if you have like a depressive episode or something like that, your ADHD could surge to the surface and whatnot. And wife has had that off and on a couple of times because, you know, even though she had never been diagnosed, she was raised different from the way I was. My ADHD was allowed to do whatever it wanted pretty much until high school. I only got medicated in high school and only for a little while. But during that time, I learned coping skills for how to regulate my moods and stuff like that. But with all of the terrible things happening in the US right now, my ADHD has been really bad. And this comic has been, and the tabletop RPG I developed alongside it, or finalized really, because it's been in development for years, since 2008 at least. I wonder if I still have the original version of it too. That'd be fun to look at some point. Pretty much, this has been one of my main outlets for staying sane. And soon I'm gonna be able to share it with the world. Oh, I've got all the stuffs. MDD complex and medical PTSD, severe anxiety, and other stuff. So the ADHD has surfaced all over that, and it's been super cool. Sarcasm. Aw, well, you know, I think you're cool. So, there you go. If you're here in this chat, you know what? You're probably pretty cool. I'm not sure what MDD is, though. Medical PTSD makes sense, though. Wife has anxiety as well, and sometimes it can get pretty bad for her, and I just try to do what I can to make it easier for her. Sanity is overrated anyway, but I'm in therapy and I love it, and I've got the meds and stuff. Yeah. All you gotta do is try. You know, that's the best we can do sometimes. MDD is major depressive disorder. Oh, okay. Well. And I'm betting that the woodburning stuff probably helps. I find that doing art really helps me to process things. I always jokingly call it art therapy, but it really is. But I'm glad that you're taking measures to address the things in your life to make your quality of life better. At the end of the... I don't even want to say at the end of the day, because that's a very corpo-minded thing to say. But, really, that's what matters. Your quality of life. And those around you, too, obviously. But your quality of life for you is probably the most important thing to address. Always. What's up, syrups? Art therapy and pain therapy. Tattoos are my favorite. Ooh. Very cool. Yeah, my wife has quite a few tattoos. I don't, but I haven't found anything I want to put on my body just yet. But we have a couple tattoo we're gonna do. She's gonna get, because I love Dragon Ball and we both love Avatar: The Last Airbender. She's going to get a little Kid Goku on a Kintuun, which is localized in English as the Nimbus Cloud that he rides around on, with a little 4-star Dragon Ball. And then I'm gonna get an Aang tattooed somewhere on my body, probably my shoulder here or something, whichever shoulder I don't use as much, so it's not my drawing arm. And I'm gonna get an Aang riding on Appa. But we gotta get the tattoo designed, and we need money. Chisler says, great to hear you found something that's working for you. Yes, absolutely. Syrups, I do hope your night is going well. Syrups is another fantastic streamer. Let's go ahead and give them a shout out. Let me tell you. Well, makes me think what I'd be like to see the characters in swapped art styles. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, do a Goku in the Avatar, The Last Airbender style, and then I read Syrup's names wrong. I mean, I always pronounce it Syrups. Akira Toriyama's style is so cute. Aang would be perfect for it. Absolutely. I mean, they even did that whole dream sequence in The Last Airbender where he had where he showed up in different styles that represented all the different influences for Avatar. And one of them was very Dragon Ball coded. One of them was very Naruto coded. You know, I mean, and of course there's a lot of Avatar influence on XGR as well. And yeah, the big difference, though, is that instead of the Fire Nation, we're fighting the Corporate Confederacy. And an eldritch cabal of, or a cabal of cultists in the Corporate Confederacy that want to become gods. That's not at all like real life, right? Right? If the chief theme in Seleniar's Enigma was feeling like the corruption and the world had left our generation, a generation of people behind, this is taking that to the nth degree. No worries, I get all kinds of pronunciations from streamers. I guarantee you're not the first. Yeah, I just pronounce it as syrups because all the S's. But if you want me to just call you by syrups, I can do that too. I would ultimately prefer to refer to you how you want to be referred to. I read one of the S's as an A. I'm sure you can figure out the word. That's pretty funny. As Larry the Cable Guy would say, that's pretty funny right there. Sass, right? Syrup Sass? Hey, that's not a bad. That's if you ever want to change your name, Syrups. That is a good one. Syrup Sass. Syrup or syrups or syrups are all okay. Syrup Sass. That's really good, Chisler. And Syrups, I am happy to report that we have reached 53 pre-saves as of last night. Or this morning, really. Actually, this afternoon. My schedule's all messed up. We're still trying to reach 150, so if you know anyone that would be a fan of what I'm creating, feel free to send them the pre-save link and let them know I also have... You know what? You guys are being such a fantastic audience tonight. I'm going to do something for you. Do you guys want a free comic book? I think you want a free comic book. Go ahead and take a free comic book. That's a PDF Now, the Kickstarter edition is going to have a lot more goodies to it. There'll be slightly different goodies than what's in the variant edition, which will have all the lore and stuff like that. But it's still going to have some good stuff in it. It'll at the very least have character designs and stuff like that. Hell, I might even just make it the variant edition. That's the main PDF for you guys. Syrup ass. But Syrups is a fantastic streamer. They're also an artist. So if you want to watch someone working on stuff, they have a fan... Damn it. Hold on. Sorry about that. Part of the problem with going outside while there's pollen like this, and I felt it as soon as we went into that that park area. Just so much pollen, and it made my nose run and everything. Allergies are the worst. Because I guarantee this is not going to stop until the start of summer. And I have to mow the lawn tomorrow, so... my respirator is going to be getting some use, and it's a good thing I don't have a show tomorrow night. I really need to get good at predicting when I'm going to cough and muting the mic. I've never been good at that, though, because sometimes they just sneak up on you. But hope you guys enjoy that free comic. It's the 40-page pilot chapter for Xeno Gaia Revolt. And feel free to share it with anyone who enjoys Dragon Ball, Akira, Lovecraftian horror as well, although those elements are going to be a little more disguised in the beginning. Or just, really, comics in general, since it really is a blending of styles. Because I have many influences. Some of my influences include Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Batman, Superman comics I've read throughout the years. Of course, Dragon Ball's a huge influence. Akira, Ghost in the Shell. A little bit of the other shonen stuff that came out in the early 2000s, like Naruto and whatnot, but I was always more of a Dragon Ball fan. Although, let me tell you, that first episode of Naruto always makes me cry, because I just feel so bad for that poor kid. Because I remember what it was like being a kid with ADHD. I have sinus infections with the weather changes, and now because of where I work, it's worse. Absolutely. Yeah, and then talking for 7 or 8 hours is also... it's very easy to wear your voice out, so, you know. If you are streaming, I definitely recommend taking care of your voice, being kind to it. We're eventually going to have some more redemptions for chat, like getting me to shut up for 5 minutes, which will also help me. I work at Amazon. Oh, so you work at the evil corporation. I really hope you're taking care of yourself then, because I have heard horror stories. I know a couple of people who just got laid off by Amazon. Really, solidarity to all of our working class people who are having to slave away under the corporate oligarchy. I'm wearing an Eat the Rich shirt, of course, that has a raccoon on it. I love the raccoon, and it was designed by a local Richmond artist, too. I used to only wear these to protests, but now I just kind of don't care. So I'll wear it wherever I go. And I never get comments about it, so that's good. I think most people in Richmond are pretty cool with that. And I didn't know you could get sick from being around all the cardboard stuff. It's crazy. Oh yeah, absolutely. So I used to work for a chip company that shall go unnamed. They're pretty popular on the East Coast. And my hands would get totally dried out, and they still get pretty dried out. I need to use, especially during the winter, but handling those boxes would dry me out. Just being in the truck all day would dry me out to no one. Like, it was insane. Absolutely insane. I need to fix a couple of these. But yeah. Boxes do be like that. Let's do a red for this. It's good enough. Yeah, the dust, the cardboard, wow, it's a lot. Yep. And the molds, I'm already sensitive to mold as it is, so it was a nightmare of a job to have. And I did not like the getting up early at like 3 a.m. just to get to work. It's probably one of the most miserable jobs I've had. Do not recommend. I almost lost my shit on the ops manager yesterday. Luckily, I had PTO I could use to leave early. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Anytime I feel that tickle in the back of my throat, I do apologize if I accidentally cough, though. I really hate it when I do that. I want to respect your ears during this time, because this should be a time of relaxation. For vous. And now color tone. There were people that would even spend their own personal time cleaning their trucks and whatnot. And while I understand the sentiment, you're not being paid hourly. You're paid commission. Oh no, I love having my ears blown out. I'm guessing that's sarcastic. Writing to file. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, and since I'm right up on this mic, I definitely need to be conscious of your ears. And I want to carve into this and make sure that we're staying within the lines like our mother told us to when we got our coloring books. Lock. Staying in the lines. No fun. Well, I kind of need to stay within the lines for a comic book. Wife definitely suggested that I do coloring book editions, or just coloring books in general, at some point. What? You don't even stay in the panels, let alone the lines? I break the rules when it's appropriate, Chiseler, and I do what I want. I'm the artist. I do what I want. I never said it was a problem. Well, your tone implied otherwise, sir. I love breaking panels, especially in action scenes. Or like scenes like this. This is the perfect opportunity to break a panel during a talking head scene. Keeps things dynamic and fun. Especially when these siblings are shouting at each other. As siblings are wont to do. We are, oh, wow, we're making excellent time. And Jade is getting some kibble. If you're just arriving in chat, we are working on a cyberpunk battle manga that is best described as a Dragon Ball if it had a Lovecraftian baby with Akira. So if you like the sound of that, there's a free advanced reader copy version of the 40-page pilot chapter. Just comment down below and we'll post the link again for you. Otherwise, check out the first 8 pages on the pinned link and follow the Kickstarter. We're trying to hit 150 pre-saves before the 15th. We're going to have a huge stream on that Friday. We might start a little bit earlier to celebrate. I haven't decided yet. And we're going to be having guests next week. The first confirmed guest that we'll have is a Flex with T-Rex on Thursday. And if you have ghost stories, feel free to comment them in the chat and I'll read them in a pleasing cadence. But This is a lurker-friendly stream, so feel free to chill out, hang out, and enjoy the late-night radio vibes as I get closer and closer to finishing Chapter 2 of Xeno Gaia Revolt. And in a little bit, I'm going to pick another story to read. Another spoopy story for your pleasure. Your listening pleasure. If I can get Cream of Egbert on at some point, he does a lot of music stuff, so I would love to do some Space Ghost Coast to Coast theme stuff where, like, have him play me to the desk or something, or I don't know. Have him stand in for Zorak. It would be fun. I need to ask him about that, but I haven't had time just yet. But he is another fantastic streamer. And seems like a really nice guy. In other words, I hope you enjoy the stream. We're going to be going till 3 a.m. tonight, so buckle up. We're heading straight into the Dreamlands. Once this panel's done, I'll read off another ghost story. I'm trying to get this so it looks good. It doesn't look weird. And then we're going to blend it all together. I should probably... This garish lighting can sometimes be difficult. It doesn't always want to cooperate. Thinking. Some reflection. Then we're going to run the texture blender over all this. It's always fun. what it does is it blends these things together so they look more natural. Get used to using all of my hotkeys, not just a few. I've added a few more to my rotation. There we go. I'm gonna need a bio break soon, so I think after we tell this next ghost story, we're gonna take a short break. Bio. If you're ever thinking about getting into comics, one good thing to think about is not putting all of your ability into every single panel. And sometimes it's important to also realize that you want to be okay with imperfections sometimes. That doesn't mean you shouldn't make corrections when they're appropriate, but you do have to budget your time a little bit, and your art style is going to change as you do it. So it's important to realize what your limits are, one, and you don't want to overpromise. So if you can produce, let's say, if you're not good at color and you don't have the budget for another artist or a colorist, maybe it's best to do black and white. And then if you somehow, I'm going to drop into lurk mode for an hour or so before heading to sleep. Have an amazing rest of the stream. Catch you next time. Well, thank you for the lurk, Chiseler. Have a good night. I know it's very late for where you are, but we'll catch you next time. We'll be live again Monday night, and next week our schedule's going to change slightly. We won't be live Tuesday nights, but we will be live Wednesday through Saturday. And we're writing to file. And we now have 54 pre-saves. And it's thanks to my wonderful listeners out there in the Dreamlands, making it possible. right. Do believe it is time for another ghost story. Writing to file. Alrighty then, let's check this out. What have we got? Alright, so this comes from Murky600. My ghost story. First part was written by my sister about when we visited the Queen Mary back in the 1970s. I asked what she remembered, her version of the events. You were circa second grade, and still very much in the early stages of learning how to read. We were standing shoulder to shoulder with our hands on the outside railing of the Queen Mary's outside deck looking out toward the ocean. We'd left Mom and Dad out of sight and only relatively nearby to run over to see more of the ocean view. We stopped at a nice, open and quiet spot. No one was close by to where we stood viewing the ocean harbor. In the near distance was an airplane towing a banner advertising an upcoming beach concert. You stood there and were trying to sound out loud the words on the banner and going very slowly as a beginning reader. After a short time of you struggling to read the banner out loud, I heard a woman's voice right behind the two of us. For just half a second, I thought Mom had come up behind us, but then realized the voice wasn't Mom's. But this friendly-sounding woman was gently sounding out the next syllable whenever you'd stopped reading out loud when you were having trouble. But the woman sounded quite nice and was gently helping you along whenever you came to any hard combination of letters. You followed suit in perfect timing with her instructions. By the end of the banner's message, though, I lost patience, and I spoke out loud the very last syllable right at the same moment I was turning around to smile and thank the woman for her help, but was confronted with, "Whoops, this can't be." There was absolutely no one around behind us. Not just behind us, where this helpful woman should have been, but no one in that entire section of open deck, i.e., no place for anyone to duck and hide. Too spooky for me, and I decided we'd better go back ASAP to where we'd left Mom and Dad. Now, this is Murky's part. My part, funny thing is I remember the lady, I do mean ladies, standing next to me before my sister arrived. Her face was kind of unremarkable. She had an old lady flower dress, a purse, maybe gloves. Formal. Big fan of QM. Going on about what a beautiful ship, she asked me, "Don't you think so?" I was a polite kid, so I said something like, "Yeah, it's neat." I was busy looking at the other ships in the harbor. Then my sister arrived, and the above narrative took place. I don't recall her speaking when my sister remembered her talking. I thought she left already. Well, interesting. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick bio break, and we're going to finish up this page. We're making excellent time tonight. I hope you're having a fantastic time on Late Night with Eric Malachite, and I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Back. Hope you guys are having a fantastic night. If you're just joining us, we're working on a cyberpunk battle manga, as I'm taking your ghost stories in the chat. So if you have a ghost story to share with me, hello Guy Ladouche, if you have a ghost story to share with me, go ahead and drop it in the chat and I'll read it off in a pleasing cadence. We're going to be going very, very late tonight. So buckle up and make sure you present your tickets. All aboard the Astrolance Express. How you doing tonight, Guy? Gee, my bad, again. Damn it. I was doing so good with that. Sometimes I just see GUI and I think Guy. Like Galaxy Quest. Is there air? You don't know. Exactly. I need to rewatch that movie again. It's so good. Want my lighting chart. If you haven't seen Galaxy Quest, you need to. The greatest Star Trek movie. Just the greatest Star Trek movie. It was streaming free not too long ago on YouTube. Ooh. Well, there's an idea. Something to do either... I probably need to go to bed as soon as I end show, but that doesn't always work out. Sometimes I end up sleeping, I end up unable to sleep. YouTube throws free movies on a lot. Clerks 2 and 3 are currently streaming free there. Interesting. What did you think of Clerks 3? I thought it was okay. I haven't rewatched it since I saw it in theaters with a friend. And we just kind of agreed that it was just sad. And maybe that was the point, but I feel like Kevin Smith's filmmaking quality has also degraded over the years. So he used to be able to pull off, I guess, what you might call professional quality filmmaking, and now that doesn't seem to care as much. It was a nice way to wrap it up, unlike Kevin Smith's. But at the end, it explains a lot of it. Yeah. I guess. I guess I could give it another watch and see what I think. I also need to finish watching the new Daredevil season. I wasn't terribly impressed with what I had seen. I haven't seen the last 2 episodes, basically. I like, not unlike. Oh, I like, not unlike. Okay. I feel like a lot of his movies have aged poorly as well. Like, other than maybe Dogma, Chasing Amy is just a weird movie in general, I think. My bad. And he has a few books out, too, if you haven't given them a read, / are a fan. I don't know. My opinion on Kevin Smith has kind of soured in the last few years. I still enjoy Clerks from time to time. Just the idea of a bunch of goofballs screwing around at work and whatnot. But I don't know. There's still a soft spot there, but I haven't rewatched Mallrats in a long time, and I don't know. They were definitely from a different era. Definitely. I still remember as being in middle school and seeing Jay and Silent Bob on like Strike Back movie on TV. I don't remember exactly. We might have had the movie channels at that point for a weekend. And losing my shit about the gag with the monkey, the Critters of Hollywood gag at the end, you know what I'm talking about? Where the monkey's in the car and Jay can't figure it out because he's not reading the sign. That one's still pretty funny. But there's other jokes that, I don't know. Yeah. Yep. But The Simpsons still holds up, I feel. At least up to season 10 or so. We've been rewatching those, and we just got to the episode where Marge finds a Chanel dress, and for like $90 or so. and ends up joining a country club, and apparently that's one of wife's favorite episodes. All right. It is now 10:39. We are about 20 minutes to 11 o'clock. An hour and 20 minutes away from midnight, when the true late show begins. It's pretty funny that we're getting all these drops from the government about UFOs, and pretty much nobody cares at the moment. All I see is laugh reacts, and it is pretty interesting because not long ago, this would have been world news, but, you know. And besides, most of those UFO files are going to amount to nothing in general. It doesn't mean aliens are here. Unidentified or UAP does not mean that aliens exist or have been visiting us for ages. But if you have a UFO story, let me know. I'd love to hear it. Drop it in the chat below, and I'll read it off in a pleasing cadence, and we can discuss. I think I want these to be the shadows. Hey, so I'm back. Remember how we were discussing ADHD like 30 minutes ago? I got distracted and organized my art stuff. Well, that's okay. This is a lurker-friendly stream, so feel free to lurk and work on your art and whatnot. Part of the reason for this is to also provide a nice space for co-working. Was supposed to grab scissors only to cut my wood-burning paper piece out. Aww. Yeah, I will often go into a room or start a task and then end up doing a different task. It's just, it goes with the territory. Totally makes sense that that would be the case. So technically, I did work on my art. Organizing. Oh yeah, absolutely. That still counts. I need to organize my studio tomorrow, because I have a lot of stuff all over the place right now. And really, I need to be better organized. And every once in a while, I end up having to do some organization anyway. We're about to finish up this page and move on to page 13. But we'll find another ghost story to read off before I do that. We had some wonderful discussions last night and the night before. These shows are turning into I'm just really happy with them so far. And I'm really enjoying this whole thing. Doing this whole shtick, I suppose. Yeah, I've been needing to organize all this, though, so I still feel productive. Absolutely, that is still productive. I mean, because it impacts your productivity if you're not able to find something, you know? I'm also thinking about getting a new retention arm for my mic. That way, it can not drive me nuts, because you guys probably can't hear it, but it does this slight rattling sound, and I wasn't noticing it, and then I started thinking about the fact that I wasn't noticing it, and then I began noticing it again. Where it is, it's kind of wedged in there pretty good, so might be a good idea to fix that at some point. And then we're going to blend these again. I usually end up organizing my office / studio a couple of times a year. Time blindness is also a thing. Like, I can not talk to somebody for years, come back and it's like I talked to them yesterday or something. But for other people, it's different, you know. How we experience time is not something that's always talked about, you know. Actually, it would be more like this. I think so another thing that we do with this comic is we do a mini gag comic, and let me go ahead and show this to you because it's super cute. This one was done by Ashley Freeran. Let me open it up. So we do something like this that's kind of a gag comic at the end of every chapter. And I have a drinky poo and a comically large beer mug. It might be funny to put one at the end of this that's like Keelan leaves the apartment in a huff, but forgets his bag and has to go back. And then his sister's still there with her arms crossed or something. And he says, "Don't look at me. I'm still mad at you." Or something like that. Would be cute. The shadow with the neon is such a vibe. Yep. And the only reason I clicked off the mini comic so fast is because it's kind of a spoiler for chapter 1. Then I'm going to want to darken his eyes and add a shadow to the horns. I'm really enjoying drawing Keelan. He's changed a lot since I designed him, which is to be expected. Just as The Simpsons changed as production continued. I mean, Goku changed too. As a kid, as an adult. Every character changes. Besides maybe the only example that comes to mind where I don't really perceive much of a design change, because maybe they were stricter about the models, is maybe like the Rugrats or something like that. But I don't know. Maybe you disagree with that. And that's okay. Or have more knowledge than I do about Rugrats, because I really don't. It'd be interesting to look at Bill Watterson's artwork on Calvin and Hobbes to see if the designs of Hobbes and Calvin changed throughout the years in the earlier strips and stuff too. Here we go. And then anything that bleeds outside of the lines, I'm going to change. Rugrats are my favorite, but I don't like Rugrats All Grown Up. I never watched that. I never watched the follow-up. I watched the original cartoon when I was a kid. Just my opinion. Oh, yeah. A lot of those legacy sequels don't always hold up. And if you're a fan of Naruto, a lot of people hate Boruto, the sequel series. I think one of the problems is when you create a sequel series, if it has too much of a connection to the previous one, it can make it very difficult to get invested. Like how I'm doing it with this series, because this is connected to Seleniar's Enigma. None of the characters from Seleniar's Enigma make appearances here. I think I need to fix that eyeball. My mom has the Rugrats movies, and as you know, they're on orange VHS tapes. Oh, that's cool. I still have a copy of The History of Trunks on VHS that featured Dream Theater on it, and it's one of my prized possessions. We got an ad break starting. Please remember, we did not choose these sponsors. They dragged us into a blind alley by knife point to show you their wares. We'll be right back. She still has a VCR, and I love that she has it. Yeah, I mean, VCRs are pretty cool. I need to get a... You guys want to see something cool? This got shipped out to me. It is my childhood Nintendo Entertainment System while we're in the middle of an ad break. Or, I don't think the break has started. Has it started? We'll find out. Childhood NES. I also have my Super Nintendo, so I really want to get a CRT television at some point, and then somehow find a space in my office. Okay, the ads have started. NES, yes. Ads. You guys are back. I'm back. Welcome back. We've got our next playlist up. And I think at some point I'm gonna use my Envato subscription to create a nice playlist that will be friendly to, or maybe a couple of different playlists that each can last and repeat and stuff, that won't trigger, that I'll be able to use the licenses and stuff for YouTube music, or YouTube. Because the last couple of VODs I've attempted to upload have not cooperated. And these are supposedly royalty-free things that I've had for years. I was going to say something. For those of you who missed the NES, this is the NES, the VCR NES. And I don't have an AC adapter for it. I totally thought that we had one, because we have a Genesis, and I thought that they use the same. I thought that they use the same cables, but maybe I just need to look for them. And we're saving recovery information? Yes. And this page is going to be done soon. And we can move on to page 12. But before we do, we're going to read off another ghost story. But if you have a ghost story to share with us, please drop it in chat. And I'll read it off in a pleasing cadence. One of the things I thought about doing for this is... because I have a Be Right Back screen that I've been working on, and I'm thinking about scrapping what I have and redoing it in kind of a comic booky style instead. Because I'm not sure how many hours are left in it, as far as like, and I'll show you guys real quick what I'm talking about. So, this is the work in progress. I was gonna put a big old sign here as a radio station, but it's supposed to have kind of a liminal vibe to it. I thought maybe it'd be a good idea to do it in comic book art instead, but I'm not really sure yet. I think I need to sit on that for a little bit. I definitely need to redo the rest of my alerts. I guess I've just never had one for bits. It's just the normal bits, I guess. The baseline one, and I don't know why I never changed it. This is kind of a work in progress. Pretty much everything on the stream is a work in progress right now. And it hasn't reached its final form. Ha ha ha. I imagine this is like a thermostat or something. So maybe I'll put in some text here that reads the degrees or the temperature in the apartment. I see what you did there. Yeah, there will probably be transformations in this. I mean, there technically are in Sileniar's Enigma. It's just they're not ones that you want. Because they usually are tied to an eldritch being's, using an eldritch being's power. There are higher states of consciousness and stuff like that to release. And why do we need to transform anyway? What's the deal? I say no. Don't transform. Why, I haven't transformed at all. If I contact a god, and he requires that I transform, I'm gonna find a new god. When God gives you lemons, find a new god. Is there something else you'd like me to say as an old man, wife? Last night I went on a rant in that voice about we should bring back newsstands and demand that Eric release his comic on newsstands. It was humorous, you might say. Anytime you want me to talk like an old man, you can redeem Old Man Voice for 2,000 points. You can also redeem Read Me a Story. And I'll pick from one of my stories. So remember how I said I needed my scissors? I have them now. So now I can do what I was supposed to do 45 minutes ago. Well, congratulations on finding your scissors. Those are going to be important for what you have to do. And if you get to a stopping point and you want to show off your work, feel free to do so, and I'll show it on screen. That goes for any artist in the chat. If you are an artist, we are an artist-friendly stream. We're also a lurker-friendly stream. And if you are new, we are working on a cyberpunk battle manga. We're trying to reach 150 pre-saves on our Kickstarter pre-save page. If you're curious about Xeno Gaia Revolt, what it's all about, check out that link. You can read the first 8 pages there. If you like what we see, we'd love for you to follow the project. All you have to do is hit notify me on launch. It costs nothing to do so, and we're going to have some lower cost rewards for folks who maybe just want to support the project. But we're trying to reach that by the 15th, and the deadline is coming up, so we would love your support. And if you know anyone who would be interested in a cyberpunk battle manga that's best described as Dragon Ball if it had a Lovecraftian baby with Akira, then feel free to send them the page as well. I also have an advanced reader copy that you can check out if you'd like, and I'll go ahead and link that in the chat. But click it soon because it will not be pinned. And otherwise, if you have a ghost story you'd like me to read, go ahead and drop it in chat, and I'll read it in a pleasing cadence. We've got less than an hour to midnight, in which case we will stop to read something a little more spoopy. A cosmic horror story. Probably one of mine. Let's see. And definitely, if you enjoy the comic, make sure you follow the Kickstarter. Because Chapter 2 is already halfway done. And we're almost done with this page. We're just painting away. I started collecting pins, and I bought a Blockbuster one, but the back part of it is bent. Not sure how to fix it. Interesting. Yeah, I really miss video stores. We started treating Second and Charles like a Blockbuster because they have so many old movies and DVDs and stuff, and sometimes they even come in old Blockbuster cases that have been repurposed. It's if you have a Second and Charles in your area, they're pretty neat. And no late fees. Yeah, because you have to buy them for the price of a rental. I have a feeling we'll be using our not Blockbuster to replace all our streaming services and stuff that we just canceled. I think the only one that I still have is Crunchyroll, just because I forgot. And I need to cancel that too, because they kind of suck. Like, Dragon Ball is completely unwatchable on... not the original, but, like, Z is unwatchable. And they don't have Kai. If you are a Dragon Ball fan, they basically use the orange bricks in some cases, but they squish it down. If you know anything about the orange bricks, they basically cropped it to widescreen. And Dragon Ball was made in 4:3 aspect ratio, so you're missing most of the information. And here's the kicker. What they do is they squish it back down to 4:3, so you're not only still missing most of the information, but in the episodes that look like this, it's also squished. So it's truly weird. I thought I was losing my mind the first time I saw it. Like that. But I own all of Dragon Ball Z Kai on Blu-ray. So anytime we want to rewatch, that's how we do it. You were. I was going insane. Okay. Plot twist. Well, at least now I know. That's nice. Wish somebody would have told me before. We're almost done with this page. And I also need page, this one. Why does it do that? All right. There we go. Got my page 3 up. then, as I said last night, oh, recovery information. Part of this is colored differently, so we're going to fix that. Well, we're going to fix it here. I hope you're enjoying tonight's show. As we make our way to page 13, we're probably going to do a ghost story in a little bit. We have less than an hour to midnight. We're going till 3 a.m. So do you play games on stream? Occasionally I'll do like a Mega Man challenge run or something. I could also do, I read you're about on here. Sometimes I'll do like a Mega Man stream, or I could also play, what's it called? Look Outside. That would be a pretty good one to play on this. But I'm trying to catch up on pages right now, so, because I'm a little bit behind. So we're drilling these. Are you in CST or EST? EST. Definitely EST. We're saving recovery information. So I do occasionally play games. It's just I'm trying to get caught up, so which really I should be working off stream as well. I've just been working on my rebranding for everything too. Gotcha. I'm in CST. Oh yeah. So yeah, you're about an hour behind, I believe. Or am I thinking about mountain time? Probably an hour. Probably an hour. I think that's correct. No, you're correct. An hour behind. Gotcha, gotcha. I guess mountain time would be like 2 hours behind, maybe. Time zones are weird. I want to try to make it so it looks similar to what it looked like on the other page. Doesn't have to be 100% exact. We're not rocket appliances here. What? And all right. Now let's go ahead and blend some of this together. Make it look nice and blendy. That's a technical term. You can file that away in your dictionary, in your book learnings. All right. All right. I do indubitably believe that this is pretty much done. I might have some touch-ups to do closer to publication, but I think it's safe to say we can move on. I'm going to go ahead and let this write to file, and then I'm going to export. We are making good time. We might actually get multiple pages done tonight. Let's go ahead and open up the next page before I read the next ghost story. That's the wrong folder. Page 13. Here we go. We have an ad break starting in 1 minute. And I'm going to use this opportunity to look for a good ghost story. You can, of course, avoid the ads entirely by subscribing, and I'm going to have some cool subscription rewards or something. Hell, what we might do is, for members of higher tiers, we might give you free comics or something in the future, but I'll see you back here soon. That's the one I'll do. We are back, and we're about to tell another ghost story. So this one is from user Pandora's Bottle. I knew this family that grew up on the shores of Lake Monroe in Indiana. They lived on site at a boat dock and managed the slips there. They were 3 sons living and working there with their mom. The boys and I were drinking around the campfire one night, and the eldest was telling me about how there was an abandoned town beneath the lake. Its citizens relocated, and the valley flooded to form the reservoir for the wealthy to enjoy. I then asked for their spooky stories growing up on the lake. All 3 brothers immediately launched into an extremely detailed account of the haunting in the back room of their home. The room in question was a later addition to their log cabin. This bedroom was built later, probably in the 70s, kinda tacked onto the back with minimal insulation and cheap windows, raised on stilts to be level with the rest of the house. First, they said this room was always colder than the rest of the house. I laughed and said that was normal for a cheap addition. They got serious and insisted that it could get cold enough in that room to see your breath, even on warm summer nights. They had always found the room creepy, but it was their guests who had the really hellish nights there. Every time a guest stayed in the room, they always mentioned feeling a hostile or threatening presence, and some had even been woken by slaps, whispering, or hissing. Come morning, they often found guests had moved to the couch in the den. That felt a little anticlimactic, so I goaded them a little. Surely they had a better story for me. That's when they told me about the ghost girl. Some nights, the 2 eldest brothers would go catfishing in the dark. That's how they first saw it. A pale white light bobbing in the darkness along the shoreline. It flickered like fire, but wasn't the right color, they said. It didn't stand out at the time because they figured it was just another person noodling like they were. It wasn't until the morning that they realized that the person they'd seen had been halfway up the side of a sheer cliff, bobbing along at a walking pace. After that, they'd seen it many nights, but didn't talk much about it. But one time, while night fishing around 3 a.m., they finally decided to check it out a little closer. This time the light was bobbing along a low shoreline, so they approached in their fishing boat and called out to her from behind. They could see it was a girl or woman in a white nightgown, and that she was barefoot. She didn't stop or even slow down. Intrigued and probably horny/definitely dumb, they circled to get in front of her and greeted her again, asking if she needed help. They swore to me, in that aggressive way that young men do when they're actually scared, that it was a little girl in a white nightgown with no face. I was told this story in 2013 on the shores of Lake Monroe, Indiana, by a bunch of boys who had previously been trying to act macho and flirt with me, but when this topic came up, their demeanor palpably changed. I know the details aren't terrifying, but it was definitely the delivery that got me. Either they had rehearsed for this their whole lives, or this was something that they had really experienced just a couple 100 feet from where we were sitting. Well, that certainly was interesting. How do we feel about that story? Do you believe her? Do you believe the boys? Reddit can be interesting when trying to decide whether or not the people who are telling these stories are reliable narrators. As with every late night show that I do, I ask you to take all the ghost stories you hear tonight with a grain of salt. We're gonna do flats now. Now my desk is a mess. Well, as long as you got some artwork done, right? Not yet. Oh. You're doing the cutting right now? Never done wood burning myself. I have attempted styrofoam sculpture, but I haven't had like a lot of experience with it because it requires a shop vac. And we do not have a shop vac. Oh, look, it's Miss Sam. Just kidding. I can't miss that opportunity. I could not do styrofoam. Oh, yeah. It's, I wanted to create props for, like, analog horror videos, but we ended up moving, and I don't have a garage to work in anymore, so that idea got scrapped. Unfortunately. I still have most of the tools, although I don't know what condition they're in because I think some of them are still outside on our deck. In like a protected box, but still. Probably not great for them. Oops. How you doing, sewer bat? We're now 30 minutes to midnight. We're at 54 pre-saves / follows on the Xeno Gaia Revolt Kickstarter. We're doing some flats on page 13 out of 23. We're more than halfway done with the finishing stage for Chapter 2. I think he knows you from this stream from last night. Just woke up and eating breakfast for a change. What did I miss? I wasn't able to sleep early today, so I missed the previous hours. Oh, well. We were... You haven't missed too much. We were working on page 12. And I can show you what we worked on earlier. We've just been chatting and hanging out. Probably one of the other streams, because I believe Sewerbat hangs out in a couple of other art streams as well. So he might remember you from those. I'm in a lot of channels, mostly a chatter, so I couldn't tell you. But hi anyways. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna go ahead and close that. So that's confusing. I treat everybody very neutral. Unless I don't like them, I kinda insta-block those. Well, mostly. I block bots. And I think I need to get a bot blocking bot for the channel. Apparently SiriBot's good for that. Oh. That went outside the lines. Oops. Still making some good time. I think might have to do some corrections on this one, but I want to open up her. I need her character design sheet. Updated. There we go. About this time, up to 10 plus hours, I never shut down the PC unless I absolutely need to. Like going out the house. Yeah, and I go to lots of channels from those hours as well, but not like this, where I talk a lot. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm honored to be one of the channels you talk in more often. I've heard that this is a very chill stream to be in, so I'm glad to be your late night radio host for that purpose. Let's go ahead and check our nib. We definitely need to change that. Once this one is through, I'm gonna have to go grab some other nibs. Oh wait, I've got them here. Never mind. So let's take some time. Oh, let's take some time and put some new nibs in this thing. And I keep them in a sensu bean container. I'm a dork. Very chill indeed, and thank you very much for doing it again today. Hopefully you get the time to post on the tube. I'm a dork. I too am a dork. Def chill. That's good. The comic probably isn't chill, but manga tends to be very fast-paced. And we're definitely going with that pacing. And I got 3 nibs in there. Probably should order another 40 nibs. I like the way that XP Pen does their thingies for this. And I need to put 3 more in. Still have a decent number, but I'm definitely going to have to order before shipping prices go up. And that is something I'm thinking about for the Kickstarter too. A bazillion times. And I made a sketch just by looking at a reference. It kind of matched the silhouette, but I messed up other details. I need to be doing that a bazillion times, right? As many as it takes, really. Oh, there's nothing better than a new nib. That sounds wrong. If I end up doing the bulk of my work on this comic in here, I might switch it out to my other display that doesn't have so much tooth to the screen. Maybe a cost-saving measure. let's go ahead and adjust that a little bit. Stylized eyes can be interesting. Because sometimes it's harder to tell when they're off. But they add a lot, I think, to the work. All right. One thing I want to mention, and this is something that my life drawing instructor always said, and it rings very true. Don't try to be the camera. You're trying, because if you're trying to be the camera will always win. I always try to keep that in mind. When I'm designing, when I'm working on stuff like this. Sometimes realism is a little overrated. Sewerbat, did you want me to take a look at a sketch or something that you posted in the server, or are you just sharing to share? Congratulations on doing studies, though. Oh yeah, it's like a 5% chance to hit for me. I hate the camera, but it increases if I make the camera a mouse. Most of the time, I win, and I don't believe it. Also have problems in tilted heads. I can't copy those effectively. No, that's really not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is if you're trying to be the camera. If you're trying to be a camera, you're gonna fail. The camera is a camera, and it's gonna win. Because it already is a camera. I tried to be a camera once, and then I mutated. I mutated into a man popsicle, you might say. Oh, what'd you put in my tea? But to go back to what I was saying, it's that if you're trying to copy exactly what you see, you're not going to learn as much, I think. And being realistic is not always the best way to grow as an artist. It's not the reason people are going to come to you. Otherwise, they can just get a photographer to get what they want. That was like 2 sentences. Rigged. Okay. Alright.
I saw a ghost once. And mind you, I fought in 2 foreign wars. All the wars, I fought in them. And this ghost, he kept whispering in my ear, saying,
I don't know. I got nothing. Sorry. All right. Got another playlist for us. This one's all about liminal spaces. We are 9 minutes from midnight. We're working on a cyberpunk battle manga. Making some good progress. Wife, if you want me to read something off, just write it down and I'll do it. How's that? We have an ad coming up in 1 minute. Oh, we need to fix this. This door is not correct. Oh, here we go. I have an idea. I'm gonna go ahead and snooze this just for wife.
"Oh, we have a new product tonight on the show, and it's called, what's it called? What's it called? Oh. Manovera! Yeah, they're man pills. Yeah, so if you want to be more of a man, buy my man pills, Manovera. Manovera, it's like a plant that makes you more of a man. There you go, Manovera. It'll turn you into a sexual lizard. There we go. Manovera, available now at my newsstand. My newsstand that you can find in wherever you are in your city. It's gonna be coming to your city. Yeah, a sexual lizard. There you go, Manovera. New from H.R. Jameson.
There, I figured it out. We got there in the end. Sometimes it's a little hard to riff. Like, I need to be given, I think, a prompt for the old man voice. I can't just do it. Like, I have to react to something. When I was doing, I was making fun of React streamers, basically, and Tim Pool as well, because Tim Pool sucks. But, and I'd put on this agreed, and that was great. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I had a bit where we did uh, manly coffee. Arcana Futura official. You ring. Of course. Would you like... Now, the original plan was to have Matt on. He's... Oh.
This is a test. This is only a test.
And now, W sub. We're at 12 subs, everyone. Isn't that nice? Well, the original plan tonight was to have Matt on as a special guest. And Matt apparently has some nice, wonderful ghost stories as well. So let's go ahead and welcome Matt. I'm going to go ahead and invite him as a guest. Are you saying that you're not able to do it tonight? Or should I go ahead and make the Discord call? Oh, you have no mic at the moment. Okay, well, you're free to hang out then. I thought we were officially doing the thing, or what have you. But if you'd like to stay and co-work... so Matt, or Arcana Futura Official... he's doing one of the variant covers, and I believe he's still working on it, but he's getting there with it. Thank you so much for the sub. She's bamboozled me. 'Tis me. Yep, he's doing the Geist cover. Now, Matt, would you say the in progress one is ready to be shown off a little bit? How you doing this evening? I think we're having a great time. I'm going to export this to variant cover 2. Sure. I'm at like the 80%-ish on it. Oh, would you like to share an updated version of it then? Or the one that you shared earlier? Now, Matt is quite the capable cyberpunk style digital painter. But he also does some wonderful pen and ink stuff, and he's chosen to go with digital paint for his piece. Okay, that'll work. Can't export at the moment. Gotcha. Yep, that's the one I grabbed. Okay. Need to navigate my ever more complicated click paths. Since this, project creep. Sure, I'm at like 80%-ish on it. Fantastic. So, I definitely have the water, and I have saved. But this is the cover that Matt is... Oh, damn it. Matt, we're in the middle of an ad break. Crap baskets. Ads. That's just my luck, isn't it? But that's a good excuse for me to pop off, grab some more waters for the night, take off my artist glove, stretch my legs, and you guys will be able to enjoy this for the low price of $5.99. You can avoid ads. All right, I think we're back. Are we back? This is the cover that Matt is working on for the Kickstarter, the variant cover edition. There's going to be 3 different covers, one done by Designs, one done by Gara, and one done by Matt. All with their own unique vibe. And where did my stylus go? There it is. For clarification, that is a joke, and you don't have to pay if you can't. We love you anyway. Absolutely. We're happy just that you're here. No stylus for you. Yeah, so Matt, if you've got some ghost stories, please drop them in the chat, and I will read them off in a pleasing cadence. And let's check our pre-saves. We're still at 54 pre-saves. If you're just joining us, we are working on a cyberpunk battle manga. And we're trying to get to 150 pre-saves before the 15th. So if you like the idea of a cyberpunk battle manga that is best described as Dragon Ball if it had a Lovecraftian baby with Akira, then click the link in the pinned comment, head over to the Kickstarter pre-save page, and hit notify me on launch. It costs nothing to do so, and it helps us out quite a bit. Let's see. If I feel like I have a ton of them, but we can start with an old school one. Ooh, wonderful. Where are my inks? Oh, wait, I should name it properly. I always abbreviate. So, I used to live in the really, really outskirts of Wisconsin. Hold on. When I preemptively cough, because I could feel it in my throat. I'm talking 20 minutes away from neighbors and things. Ooh. Spookular. Oops. And I believe Matt is typing away. And in the outskirts, especially in the winter, there is no sound. I'm talking dead silence. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, and we had 0 shades on my windows. So, there I was, just minding my own business, trying to sleep, and it was about, 3 a.m. or some such. The witching hour. They say, anyway. I have really hard time sleeping at night, especially in the silence. But that's for another story. Well, I look out my window, and there's this glowing woman standing in the field. One second, Matt. I am in the middle of drawing a selection. Trying to get it to not look like crap. And we'll do the rest by hand. It sounds dumb when I think of it now, but she was there. We've talked about some strange things on this show already, so... And I suppose the Jade... Oh, hold on. Jade, don't you dare. The cat needs to be transported to the box with the litter in it. My cat has traumatized me. Chat! It's twice this has fallen over. Sorry about that. Sorry about the jump scare. Did not mean to do that to you guys, but my cat has traumatized me, and anytime I see her sniffing around in the corner, I know she's looking for a place to pee. So... Alright, sorry about that, Matt. And as I tried to just... You good? Yeah, Hugo, I'm good. And as I tried to just blank it out like she didn't exist, she just vanished. And then I decided it was just a trick of the night. But as I pulled my blankets up and tried to sleep, I felt someone watching from my room. And so I pulled my blankets back, and there she was, staring directly at me, like 3 feet from my face. I didn't get any sense of malevolence from her, but I sure did get a feeling of her being very curious about me. Oh my god, my cat has been doing the something. And she just continued to stare at me, and I just couldn't look away. And yeah, Jade is blind, so sometimes if she can't find her way out of a room, she'll just pee right there. So it is definitely a risk to have the door closed in the studio if she's in here. And then she'll also paw at the door to be let in, so... But we love her. We have a dog at the moment that is an old boy. Poor kitty. Exactly. We don't blame her for this, but it can be pretty frustrating. Cleaning up pee off a carpet, especially cat pee, can be a pain in the butt, and it takes probably about 15 minutes or so to do it properly. Which doesn't sound like a lot. Very nice ghost story, though. Sorry it got interrupted by me having to rush the cat to the cat box. But she did, in fact, have to pee. Every once in a while, I'll be wrong about that. But generally, I'm not wrong. I've gotten pretty good at telling when she's looking for a place to pee, so I think I just know my cat pretty well now, which is a good thing as a pet parent with a kitty with special needs. I think it's pretty important. Also at around 1 a.m., 1:30, I'm going to need stream streak. Watch streak reached. 3 stream streak. Thank you so much, Hugo, for the excellent stream streak. I think that's like automatic too. that's good. But yeah, caring for an elderly animal is always going to be taxing on you. It's never all fun and games, you know, but Jade is a member of our family, as is Wash. So we like to care for them as much as we possibly can. It's not always easy, but nothing worth doing ever is. Then I'm going to add this into the inks because her other earring is important. And it'll be like this. A little bit of overlap. Have a good rest of your stream, man. Thank you for sticking around, Smith. Always a pleasure to have people stick around for as much time as they're able to. I understand that people have lives and sleep schedules and things like that. But for the rest of you, we're going to be going until 3 a.m. Enjoy these cozy late night vibes. And if you have a ghost story, feel free to drop it in the chat and I'll read it in a pleasing cadence. I hope you're all having a great night tonight, whether you're co-working, whether you're lying in bed enjoying the coziness, the chill vibes, and I hope I didn't jump scare you too bad. What that was basically me knocking over the soundproof blanket. I have it on basically a green screen mount, where I usually mount a green screen if I need it. Because I did a lot of video editing for the longest time, I have all the video editing tools for minor productions, very small production stuff that requires a DSLR. And we're speeding along. With these flats. Oh, crap baskets. And this is a great opportunity to practice my shoulder control. We are, I think, having recovery information saved. And it's got off the rails. we'll end up doing something with that. Doesn't have to be fully, because that's a motion blur type thing. / speed lines. And then I need this color. We're just gonna paint these cornrows in. Well, it's really mainly one and kind of another one. It would be kind of a perfect artist to play if we had the ability to without getting copyright struck. Chroma Key by Kevin Moore. Making another coffee. I'm just glad I can still afford having coffee. Yeah, coffee's getting really expensive, let me tell you. At least over here. We've taken to buying our coffee from Costco because we can get, it's cheaper to buy it in bulk. And I like to buy the whole bean coffee. But if it gets expensive enough, we may have to change that behavior. I'm a fancy bitch when it comes to my coffee. I love to make my coffee in a French press. The moment that I had coffee from a French press, my tastes irrevocably changed. But it's some of the best coffee you'll ever have. And a French press itself is pretty cheap. We got one from Ikea for like less than $10 US. Our flats on this panel are almost done. Need to sample from this page. Oh, and I need her hot pink. I think her nails are also pink. All right. Back to the background color flats. think this will be fine since we're gonna... We'll just remove a step for blending. But we're still gonna blend. Making really good time. I think by 3 a.m. we might even be starting a new page, page 14, which is the last color page, I think, until the final page of chapter 2. The way I have it structured out for this chapter. I hope you guys are having a wonderful night. Hope you're getting lots of art done if you're co-working with us tonight. Or I hope you're drifting off into the dreamlands and having pleasant dreams. Just don't bother Cthulhu. I hear he's a bit surly. I'm gonna have to open man, if we can get all the color pages done tonight, that would be amazing. Here we go. And if you're just joining us, we are working on a cyberpunk battle manga. We're kickstarting it on May 15th. It's best described as Dragon Ball if it had a Lovecraftian baby with Akira. So if that sounds dope to you, click the pinned link in the chat and go ahead and check out the pre-save page. Toss us a follow by clicking notify me on launch. It costs nothing to do so, and it helps us out so much. All right. And we'll worry about the word art later. This is probably one of my favorite panels from chapter 2. Haha. My shoulder control continues to grow. We have an ad coming in 1 minute. It's an excellent opportunity for you to stretch Grab a cup of coffee or some water, even. And I can barely see this, but there we go. I'll be here drawing when you get back. I hope you're enjoying tonight's episode of Late Night with Eric Malachite. Please do remember that we do not choose the sponsors that will be shoveling their wares to you. They dragged us into a blind alley and forced us at knife point. Those of you who are subscribed, welcome to the secret behind the scenes portion of the show. We'll be conjuring up an eldritch being in the time that we're doing ads. Cthulhu Fatagan. Surabat, are you reacting to what I just said? We're not actually going to be summoning an eldritch being. Yes. Was waiting on it, though. I've seen too much, but I haven't seen those yet. Well, hopefully they don't exist. They are fictional. Although there are people that believe that Cthulhu is real. That they can work with them as entities. Welcome back, everyone. The ad break is over. Hopefully they didn't try to sell you anything too strange. Hotel stays. Wow. I've cleaned up most of my desk, but now I can type better and can safely get back to it tomorrow. Ooh, fantastic. Congratulations on having a clean desk. You don't want to see the desk in my studio. It is covered in stuff. I'm yet to clean the 35-gallon aquarium beside me. I plan on making it the art desk and study desk for my kid. Ooh. Saving recovery information. It always, it never warns me when it's going to do that. Flats are pretty much done. Yep, they're done. Can I ask how old the kiddo is? I've got another ghost story for you guys. Alright. When my kids were little, they would stay the weekend at their grandma's, ex-mother-in-law. One day my son came to me and said, "Dad, I had the weirdest dream last night. These cats were chasing me all night." Very excitedly. He was about 7, maybe 6 years old. His sister came up, a couple years younger, and chimed in with, "Yeah, they were big." My son paid no attention to her, but added, "And they wore clothes and were mean." After his little sister added, "And they chased us in and out of the house." I asked if she heard his dream earlier that day. They both said no, like it was daft. What I didn't know was 1, they shared dreams, and 2, since that was normal for them, why would it be strange for anyone else? Why wouldn't she know the dream they both had together? My brother and I had something like this. We could just know each other's thoughts. We could have almost full conversations without saying anything. Fast forward 20-some years. "Dad," said my son. "What?" I replied. "Your creepy-ass video there reminds me of the doll Grandma had. His grandmother, with the creepy house built on an Indian burial ground or something, I don't know, used to collect thrift store dolls and rehabilitate them." "What doll?" I asked, but knowing what doll he was talking about, I could see it clear as day in my mind, wearing a red dress with that stupid smile and creepy eyes. The doll with the red dress. It used to talk to me. It'd tell me to take it outside and play with me, he said. Then his sister came in, nodding, and said, "Yeah, the doll was hella creepy. It was not a nice come play with me. It was with an implied threat." Once again, neither of them noticed it's not normal to have a similar dialogue with a doll, nor is it normal to share the same experience. They also never talked about it. This was their normal. Why would they talk about it? Anyhow, he agreed with her. At night, I would open the closet, lay the doll on the floor, cover it with all the clothes, and close the door. But in the morning, the doors were open, the clothes pushed aside, and the doll was sitting up, staring at the bed. He said with his sister nodding. I thought maybe his grandma might have been trying to play a prank, but he wasn't that sophisticated. I thought for a brief second their grandmother could have moved the clothes, but she was the type that would have hung them all back up. Then I thought maybe their cousin tried to do a prank, and I remembered he would dabble in dark magic. He's actually got a spirit bothering him now. Our guides have basically said he needs to deal with it on his own or it won't end. I have more if that writing style is hokey or too cumbersome to read, or you just plain don't like it, let me know. But everything really happened. I have stories about ghost hands, a lonely spirit, a spirit stalking someone, a father in a lake looking for his son, ghosts following me and my daughter home, items or attachments, an irked spirit of an 18th century Latina woman, a haunted town, a haunted cemetery, and bus route. That was from user Imodu Kuduseka? I don't know how to pronounce that. That'd be cool. Can I ask how old the kiddo is? He's 7 and watching Lucas the Spider. Very picky. They say he looked like a mini-me. I don't blame them. My kiddo is 7-8 in July. Very cool. And right now, if you're still lurking, please remember to refresh your lurk. All right, well, we are speeding along. Lurk. We don't have commands just yet, but We'll get there. Someday. Soon. Oh, huh. Let's see. Where do I put the piece I'm working on for other streamers? In the Discord. If it's finished, in finished art. If it's still a work in progress, in whip. In art whips. And I'll show it off on screen. And we shall bask and enjoy. One sec. Let me see. Do put on Discord. That is what they're working on. And in fact, I think I want to change the inks here. Saving again before we get into the weeds on this. It may take them a little while to get it uploaded and everything. All right. I think I'll start with the highlights. And I need a new layer. That'd be Smort. No worries, I got about 10 months of wait. I mean, I waited for a 5-year contract to end without an income for about 4 years. Life sucks. Sometimes it do be like that, sewer bat. Alright, posted. I'm gonna pop this out. Alright, let's take a look at this. So, look at this. I think the plan is that you're going to cut parts of this out and then burn it into the wood. Life does suck, and you come back as a new person or animal. Or not. Who knows? Exactly. Who knows? Although I like to think that we get another chance. I quite like the idea of reincarnation. I don't know about you. Very nice. Very nice, Miss Sam. This is why I like vampires, since sucking is the life. I see what you did there, sir. Very nice. I like the teeth shape. It is interesting that you chose the fangs to be next to the front teeth, as typically the fangs are. You have 4 front teeth, right? And your canines are right next to that. At least mine are. I'm gonna try and copy it to the wood, then burn it. The suck life chose me. Well, very nice. I can't wait to see how it looks when it's done. And if you have a piece of artwork, the Nosferatu look fangs. Lovely fangs. Absolutely. I really like the original design, like the Count Orlok design from the original silent movie version of Nosferatu. Like, I think that's my favorite movie version of quote-unquote a vampire or Dracula. I'm a big fan of the original Dracula novel as well. I think it has very nice creepy vibes. And her Twitch name is now Crypteeth, so it fits. Yeah, that's great. She works with actual bones and stuff, so I chose teeth, which are also bones. That's so cool. I am getting all tangled up with my headphone cable. Isn't that... That's a paranormal thing in and of itself, I feel like. Why do our headphones always end up tangled, especially earbuds? Earbuds are the worst. There was even a meme that suggested that they just don't mispronounce it. It's going to be a sussy one, and I'm going to like it. Oh, sewer bat. Do we need to have a bonk? Oh, something I wanted to ask you guys, since I have you guys here. What should I have for the raid notification? Like, should I do... I want to do like a radio thing where, you know what I don't get? Our eyelashes are supposed to keep stuff out of our eyes, but they always are in our eyes. Like, what? Absolutely. You make a really good point. It's almost as if we're these weird flesh bags that, you know, and stuff, and we're just a collection of evolutionary traits that decided to stick together in weird ways over millions of years. Okay, I think I'm good on that. Alright. I thought I exported that one. Page 12 colors? Where'd they go? Oh, there they are. What the hell? I don't understand, Clip Studio Paint. Why you do this to me? Flesh bags, meat suits, mouth breathers, nicknames for people that I don't like, but I got mouth breather from Stranger Things. Yeah, I've known about Mouth Breather for a long time. Like this? No, I'm talking about the audio cue. It's going to be a neon sign of some kind. I know that much. So, I want some sort of radio announcer thing. Like, should it be like a radio announcer saying, "And we're under attack"? Or, ooh. Yeah, we could do the old public domain War of the Worlds broadcast. We could do something like that. That could work. It's old-timey, and it, Alright, so... Let's see. Where is it? It should be showing up. Like a like a microphone or radio icon, and then something in a radio announcer voice. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. For some reason, that wasn't showing up. Is that what you mean? Yeah, something like that. Some neon sign or what have you. I'm on the wrong page. But, specifically, the type of announcement, I mean, I could probably do the voice acting for it. Or I could ask my voice actor friend Lacey to provide something for it, too. It makes no fucking sense. Well, mouth breather comes from the idea that people who breathe through their mouths a lot instead of their noses, like it's making fun of people that breathe through their mouths instead of their noses, essentially. Or at least that's where I've heard it comes from. Perhaps you've learned a different origin for that piece of slang. Slang is so interesting. I love learning about people's slang and different dialects and stuff. When I was growing up, my guardian in high school would always complain about people making up new words, not realizing that that's just, you know, and really she was just complaining about ebonics and stuff, and that's not great. But when I call them mouth breather, I mean it as they don't think before they speak. Yeah. But originally, that's where it comes from. People who, and that's what it means too. It's saying people that don't breathe through their noses also don't think before they speak. Or at least that's what I've heard. They just spew out nonsense. Exactly. But, you know, sometimes you have to breathe through your mouth, you know? Especially if you have allergies. You can add crack eggs, toilet mouth, and toilet wipes. Wow. What part of Asia do you live in, if you don't mind me asking, Sewerbat? I know you mentioned you live in Asia. I'll send you the PM. Oh, okay. You don't have to. I mean, I was just curious. You don't have to really reveal any personal information you don't want to. I was just curious. Mainly from the perspective of, oh, is this something people in this part of the world say? Gotcha. Okay. Alright. Cool. It's just mine. I'll also put in asswipe, but that might be too much. Huh. Asswipe's a pretty tame insult, I think. Compared to some of the ones we used to use. Talking about ASMR. That's an ASMR sound. All right. So I need, what do I need? I need to once again open one of these pages I closed, because I keep doing this to myself. I keep closing pages down and I keep needing them after the fact. That's not what I want. Not this one. That didn't sound like water, though, sir. It is water, though. It is an orange water seltzer. I love seltzer water. Nice and crispy. Also, an idea. Opening a bottle of soda might be a good raid sound. I don't know if it fits the late night radio vibe, though. I'm trying to keep things on... keep things within that theme. If you know what I mean. Jelly bean. Alright, I am going to do some quick selections. I think this will be easier. Yeah, not much. Maybe put that on the follow. I don't know. I'm just planting ideas. Yeah, I've got the follow figured out. It's a neon light tube slowly flickering to life. So that's kind of what I was thinking for that. But maybe I'll listen to the original War of the Worlds broadcast that freaked some people out. Oh, can't wait for the final setup. Yeah, it's getting there. I'll be jumping like this. Okay. Just like that, huh? We've got an ad break starting in 1 minute. Gotta love them physics. Yeah, Physics are nice. Physics keep the world going, literally. Without gravity, none of us would be here. Sadly, man boobs will be like that. I mean, you never know. What if someone likes man boobs? Did you think of that, sewer bat? Those are not... Oh, no. Those are nice, though. I am really surprised that that made it through Twitch's filter. Like... really surprised that those made it past their TOS. These are nice. Sorry, not man boobs. And then I'm gonna do... Yeah. I think most people can appreciate boobs. For those of you who are here through the ad break, might be a good time for you to stand up, do a bit of a stretch. Went down from 220 to 180 in less than a month because food problems last time I checked, and I ate that time I was 179. Wow. That's a drastic weight drop, sir. And I dropped a few pounds too. Hopefully I can continue losing weight. That would be nice. Not because I have to, but because I'd like to. I'm off to bed. Have a good night. I want Grandpa to wish me a good night.
Okay. All right. Go to bed. I hope you dream. I hope you have dreams. Good night. Yeah. As long as you're having a good American night. I don't want you to have a British night. No, you have an American night. A good American night. Whoa. And if you don't, I'm gonna come into your dreams and kick you in the keister. Yeah. And I'm gonna put a newsstand in your dream, and you're gonna buy this comic at the newsstand. How's that? Is that good enough? Not the keister. Yeah, the keister. I'm gonna kick you in the keister. To make sure you're having a good American night. Nice good old American fun dreams. Yeah, full of football and manly coffee, which you can buy now on the H.R. Jameson store. Yeah, we're selling man coffee, not those frilly coffees that you get that have the pumpkin stuff in it, and all that sugar. All that sugar's bad for you. So we have wonderful flavors to make sure you're having the right kind of coffee in your system. And it's we have flavors like Leather Rider, man boobs, ball sweat, motor oil, buttless chaps, and earwax. That's right. Those flavors, all of those approved flavors, are available at the H.R. Jameson store tonight. There you go. And if you don't buy from this store, well, I'm going to find you in your dreams and kick you in the keister. That's right. Good night, Mr. Cheeseler.
Get the 25,001 sachet for best vitamins and minerals there is. I am so sorry, everyone, for interrupting our late night radio vibes with that old man. He is so pesky. Trying to sell his penis pills and his Mano Vera. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks, Eric. Of course, Mr. Chisler. You have a wonderful night. And I don't care if it's an American night or a British night. Have a wonderful night. In fact, you might have a better night if it's not an American night.
No!
Man boob flavor. That killed me. Yeah, sometimes I can riff, and I think for that redemption, I'm going to have to add a nice little prompt. So if you want me to say something as an old man, it's probably best you add something to it like that. Give me a direction to go in. Otherwise, I need something to react to as that character. He's supposed to be a parody of far-right pundits and stuff like that, so they have to be extra ridiculous. I shared something a couple messages up for your radio raid. Okay, let me look. Found this on Google. For radio-themed raids, you're tuned into Your Name Radio. Now, switching over to For the Late Night Show, Raid, Train Radio, all aboard, landing on target name, frequency. This is Your Name, signing off, passing the mic to target name. Interesting. I'll have to think about that. No, I'm not going to disappoint old man. I'm gonna dream about McDonald's and gun crime. Oh, God. I'm clipping that. McDonald's and gun violence. But in a radio voice. Yeah. Like a mid-Atlantic accent, the way they used to do. Or transatlantic, that's the word. He doesn't stream anymore, but Lax Detail used to have a nice transatlantic filter on his mic. I don't think he does it anymore, though. I should catch up with him, see how he's doing. That's the spirit. You said Atlantic, and now I want to watch Atlantis. Oh, yeah, the, let's see. Was that Fox? That wasn't Disney, right? At least I think. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Might have been Disney. I know Treasure Planet was Disney. Oh, sorry, guys. That one snuck up on me. Sorry, chat. But I'm going to get off and go watch a movie with my kiddo. I'll be back on your next stream, probs. Alrighty then. Well, thank you so much for hanging out. Atlantis is definitely Disney. Okay, well, I guess I got that right the first time. Well, I don't remember what I said. But have a good night. I hope you have a fantastic night. And thank you for hanging out. The next show will be Monday night, 8 p.m. And will, of course, be going into the wee hours of the morning. Everyone else, we will be here until 3 a.m. on Late Night with Eric Malachite. Thanks for the stream. I enjoyed it. Of course, anytime. As long as it's 5 nights a week. Of course. Did you say Monday or Sunday? Monday. We're doing Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I think that's right. Have a nice watch, Miss Sam. I'll hop small this time. Yes, Monday night, 8 p.m. Eastern. So, 7 o'clock your time. All right. I believe it's time to start blending. Wonderful, wonderful blends. I looked at your schedule on Twitch. Yeah, I need to change it to... And in fact, now that you've mentioned that, I'll go ahead and change the schedule. Because we're swapping Tuesday for Wednesday. It just seems every time I stream, no matter what time on Tuesday, it's always been pretty slow. So I think that's going to be the best way to do it. Let me see. Settings, I believe. And if you're just now joining us, we are working on a cyberpunk battle manga that's best described as Dragon Ball if it had a Lovecraftian baby with Akira. And if that sounds awesome to you, go ahead and click the link pinned in the chat and click notify me on launch. You can watch or read the first 8 pages of the manga there, all in full color. It costs nothing to do the thing. I'll see you Monday. Night, Eric. Night, chat. Good night. Have a wonderful night. Oh, yes, please, thanks. Fixie, fix the schedule, fix schedule. Yes. We'll see you when I see you, Miss Sam. Absolutely. I am looking at it now. Schedule. Here it is. Trash. Delete. Uh-oh. Where's the rest? Add stream. I just destroyed the whole thing. I guess I should set this to 7 hours. This is weird. Okay, let's see if my schedule updated. I don't know if it's gonna... Let's... Where the hell is the schedule? This is weird. Am I not able to view the schedule while I'm live? I thought I was able to do that. This is weird. Not trying to knock on my own stream. Weird. Okay. This is very weird. Okay, it's fixed now. Oh no, some of this is not fixed. Some of this makes no sense. It's not letting me update the way I want to. There we go. Now it's updated. It really did not want to cooperate, did it? And if you're lurking, be sure to refresh your lurk. We're going to keep going until 3 a.m. on Late Night with Eric Malachite. You heard it here first. And if you're just joining us, please, if you have ghost stories, I would love to hear them. Drop them in the chat, and I'll read them off to you. And let's go ahead and start a new playlist. And we're going to go ahead and check the pre-saves. See if I like that. Here we go. We're off to the races, as they say. Oh, I didn't do that on the previous panel, so probably shouldn't do that here. But I like a couple of these accents to be in there. That's okay. That's a-okay. A-okay, okay. recovery information is being saved. That's a little too extreme, so we're gonna lighten up some of this shadow. In a little bit, I'll read off another ghost story, but if you've got a ghost story too that you would like me to read off in a pleasing cadence, go ahead and drop it in the chat. We're going till 3 a.m. 3 a.m. And I need to go do the cat's medicine, which is a great opportunity for me to get up and stretch. Oh wait, I forgot. I am silly. Oh wait, none of the tattoos were on the previous page. Never mind. Crisis averted. We're good. We're going to have another ad break in 1 minute's time. We have about an hour and a half left in show. Might have to work on the tank. I think I'm feeling it today. Oh, well. We'll be here. Alright, since that's an ad break, I'm gonna take off and do the cat's meds, and I'll be right back. I am back. It is now 1:41 a.m. We're going till 3 a.m. Hope you're all having a fantastic night. And that you're enjoying these late night radio host vibes. Welcome back, bud. Just got back with a new coffee cuppy cup. Ooh, cuppy. I like it. Sounds something else entirely if you repeat it like that. No idea what you're talking about. Wink, 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 wink. Wink, wink, wink. I'm gonna have to do something with these speed lines. We're making excellent progress. I hope to be done with this page by 3 a.m. At which point we're going to raid out. Then we're going to redraw the grab in color. Alright, time for a quick ghost story. My husband and I live in Florida and like to visit St. Augustine. One time we went for the weekend. We have a favorite hotel, but for some reason it was booked up, so we stayed at the Hilton Bayfront Historic District. It is beautiful, newly renovated hotel with a lovely balcony. We checked in late after having dinner and walking around. The next morning we went downstairs for breakfast. A concierge happened to ask us how we were enjoying our stay. Now, my husband hasn't said anything to me before this, but he said to the concierge everything was great, except for the noisy children in the room next door to our room. He asked what room we were in. We told him. He asked us which side of our room, to the left or the right. My husband answered it was to the right, if you face the bay. And the man got a funny look on his face. He said, "Sir, there is no room there. This hotel has been renovated. There used to be a room there. A few other guests have complained about noisy children too. I hadn't heard a thing all night, and there was no room there." Hope you enjoyed that very short ghost story. And if you have a ghost story to tell, feel free to put it in the comment section. Chat, that's the word. And I'll read it off in a soothing cadence. Otherwise, we're dialing in, getting ready to finish this page before it strikes 3 a.m. Finishing before the witching hour. We're also going to be adding to this motion blur effect, probably with an actual motion blur. We'll see. Alright, we're almost done with this panel. Flex with T-Rex, if it isn't Mr. Malachite in his 50-plus Kickstarter pre-saves. Hello, Flex. Yes, we have 54. Let's go ahead and check the counter again. I don't think it's moved. It's 54. 54. We're getting there. How you doing this wonderful night? We're working on page 13 colors. We're more than halfway through the finishing stage on chapter 2. How's your comic coming? And let's go ahead and give Flex with T-Rex a shout out. If you're not following Flex with T-Rex, well, you should be. She's working on a comic as well. And it looks absolutely fantastic. Doing pretty good, working on my comic. Page 30 inks. Ooh, fantastic. That's what I love to hear. Aw, thank you, thank you. Indeed. I will not ask how many more you have to go, though. What am I thinking? What am I doing? I'm doing this. That's what I'm doing. We're not talking about that right now. Exactly. I, however, will have 10 pages left to finish for Chapter 2, and then it's on to Chapter 3. We had some wonderful folks in chat tonight for the first part of the show. And we've got about an hour left. Hopefully I can finish the rest of this. I'm about to do Rise's tats. But they gotta be motion blurred. So I'm gonna do it like this at first. And just as a reminder to chat, if you have a ghost story to tell me that you'd like me to read off, go ahead and drop it in the chat and I'll read it off in a pleasing cadence. I thought Matt was going to give us more ghost stories, but I guess he got kidnapped by his madam again. And just as another reminder, Flex with T-Rex will be with us on, I believe, Thursday, was it? Am I correct about that? So you have that to look forward to. And then on Friday, we'll be doing a longer stream, I believe. We might go late. And then what I want to do here is put a motion blur on this. That's a little too strong. Hold on. I have a doing ghost hunting for science. How goes it? Aww. How's the, how is Faz treating you? I'm guessing you're playing Faz, wife? I'm gonna do speed lines first. C. Is it still busted? It's being Faz. Well, I thought this update was very busted. You know, just a silly ghost. Such a silly ghost. We've told a lot of ghost stories tonight. I hope you've enjoyed them. Some have been better than others, since some of them I got from Reddit. Now I'm gonna add the... I'm gonna double this layer, actually. And now I'm gonna add the motion blur. Oh, there we go. My tongue hurts. Oh no. What do you think did it this time? also want to do it here, but it will be a lower... It will be less. All right. Here we go. We're almost done with this panel. Where's the inks? I want to do this. Then we're going to do this. Since we're messing with motion blur now. Little bit of motion blur because I like it. I like it a lot. I think I'm gonna do it again. Do it here. Make it as extreme as I possibly can. Where is it? Well, whatever. We'll worry about that another time. Since we're on the clock, we've got an hour. Oops. Here we go. Let's make this hot pink. I may redraw this at some point. I reserve that right. Whew. Oh, Jade. Jade is at my feet being a kitty. We're almost done. Then we've got 2 color pages left, I believe. In chapter 2, let me count. Unless I don't know how to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one would be 6. Right? 7, 8. No, we have 3 more. There are 10 per chapter. All right. I need... Just gonna do that. Now picking up the vase debris for tank effects. Also, can't type later, so I took this opportunity to do so. That's more than okay. We are more than happy to be your stream to lurk in of choice. It is an honor. As I am dialing in to finish this page. All right. I'm gonna have to come in and blend all this in, and then probably add a motion blur too. Since I'm enjoying working with those. Right. Ooh, I should stretch my hand. Do them guitarist stretches. Okay. That feels better. If you're co-working along with me, feel free to give yourself a nice stretch as well. Stretch those drawing hands, stretch those musculatures, those tendons. And I want to go ahead and remind you that if you have a ghost story to tell, please drop it in the chat, and I'll read it off in a pleasing cadence. We've got, what, it's 2:19 now? We're going till 3 a.m. So happy that you, my wonderful listeners, have been with me tonight for the long haul as we work on this cyberpunk battle manga that is best described as Dragon Ball if it had a Lovecraftian baby with Akira. And if you haven't pre-saved the Kickstarter, it's free to do. Just click the pinned link in the chat, head there, and hit notify me on launch. I'm gonna have to do some fixes to the flats layer in just a second. Past me did not, as in past me tonight, did not set me up for 100% success on this panel. Dastardly past me. Oh. And if you are lurking, be sure to refresh your lurk. We are a lurker-friendly stream. We appreciate your support. think at some point during the finishing stage, when I'm going through, I'm going to have to make sure there's a continuity check as well. Make sure that I did not miss anything. I was just explaining that the I was wondering if I should do the mini comic for this one as Keelan storming out of the apartment and then stopping and then realizing that he needs his bag, going back and finding Ryza there still with her arms crossed. Might be funny. You ever leave in a hurry and then realize you forgot your car keys or something important that you need? Then you come back and, you know, you're supposed to still be mad if you were in an argument, and, you know, I don't know. Could be funny. Could work. We have an ad break starting in just 1 minute. You've been warned. Please keep in mind that we do not choose our sponsors. They dragged us into a back alley and forced us to stare at their Necronomicon of wares. We have such sights to show you. See you back here in 1 minute, 28 seconds. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're enjoying yourself. If you're working with us tonight, do take a moment to stretch. Maybe drink some water. Or drop your ghost stories down in the chat. Or all of them. We are a lurker-friendly stream. We're happy to have you here with us, listening as we embrace the midnight, the thing. Yeah, that works. And although we're going to be ending in just 30 minutes, we'll be back Monday night, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. And eventually, we're going to figure out this multi-streaming thing. And we'll be broadcasting to YouTube as well. Actually, I'm thinking this isn't right because there's an... fuck it. Chikuri just raided the channel with 34 viewers. I do apologize. W Raid. Hello, Chikuri. How was your stream? Do you have something to show off? Chikuri is a fantastic streamer. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, everyone. How am I? Oh, I am burning the candle at both ends. We're finishing up colors on a page right here. We're working on a cyberpunk battle manga. And we're more than halfway through the finishing stage of Chapter 2. Let's see. Feel free to send me what you've been working on tonight. Hi, Eric. Chikuri threatened us before she raided you. I hope you're well. Oh, we're fantastic. It doesn't seem like Chikuri. She's so sweet. She's like a cinnamon bun. Cha-cha real smooth. I'll do it again. Oh. So the cyberpunk battle manga is best described as Dragon Ball if it had a Lovecraftian baby with Akira. So we're trying to reach 150 pre-saves by the 15th, which is coming very soon. So if that sounds cool to you, go ahead and a cinnamon bun with little bits of glass in it. Uh-oh. Chikuri, if you have a Discord link or something like that, banned. Go ahead and drop the link in the chat and I'll show it off on screen to our wonderful listeners. If you've never been here before, I am Eric Malachite. I write cosmic horror, dark fantasy, and cyberpunk. I'm also an illustrator, and I'm working on this comic that I just described. We stream 5 nights a week, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m., embracing those late-night radio host vibes. We also tell ghost stories. Oh, I was doing a sketch of Spacey's OC Flog. Her art is very cute, and somehow I ended up here. I blame chat personally, really. It's chat's problem, always. Ooh. I love your art so much, Shikuri. You're so talented. Alright, let's show this off on screen. We're still in a transitionary mode as well. Ooh. I like this. This is very different from your typical style, isn't it? Always blame chat. I do. Chat often tries to derail me. So, yes. So we've been co-working it up today, and sometimes people will say that chat reflects the streamer, but you know, that can't be it. Not at all. Not at all. I love the chibi style, and I love the aura going on here. Very cute. Is this done? Is it close to done? And sometimes people will... I read that off already. Psh, I've never heard someone say that. So yes. Oh, it's done. Just a wee sketch. Ooh, this is a sketch. Love it. Excellent work, Chikuri. As usual, Chikuri's so talented. Am I saying that right, Chikuri? So, we're trying to get page 13 colors done. We're struggle bussing a little bit. But another thing that we do is... Thank you, Eric. Of course. Yeah, that's fine. Another thing that we do here is if you have a ghost story, drop it down in the chat, and I'll read it off in a pleasing cadence. How many more pages left? 10 after this one. We have... what is this? We have 10 total color pages per chapter, is what I'm going for. So yeah. And so we're working on it, and that's the wrong layer. But we try to embrace those late night radio host vibes here. So if that's something that you're interested in, feel free to follow the channel. And we'll be doing this again Monday night, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m., sometimes 4 a.m. if it works out that way. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Feel free to take a load off and chill out. If you have to raid and run, I understand that. We are a lurker-friendly stream. So enjoy. We've got about 20 minutes left in show. And I'm hoping to finish this tonight. And let's go ahead and check our pre-save counter. We try to check it every hour on the hour to make sure and keep that updated. You got this, Eric. Great work. Fun colors and light. I love the garish lighting and neons. Thank you so much, Chikuri. Always a pleasure to have you in chat. And I suppose it's a good time for a ghost story. We're going to do one more of these, unless chat decides to derail me. Alright, let's see. And this is from Reddit user EmbarrassedCat7871. Hey friends, I have to tell you something about something really strange that happened to me last night. I was alone in the house, just chilling and watching TV, when suddenly the lights flickered and went out. I thought it was just a power issue, but then things started getting really weird. I heard what sounded like whispers coming from the hallway. It was so faint that I thought I was imagining it. But then I saw a shadow move across the wall. It looked like a figure, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. I tried to brush it off as my imagination, but it didn't stop there. Later, my phone started acting up. I noticed a new message that appeared on my screen without me receiving any notifications. It read, "I've been waiting for you. I see you in your room, watching your every move. The darkness is my domain, and soon you will join me in the shadows. Beware the chill in the air, for it is my presence drawing near. I'm always here, waiting for the right moment to reveal myself. See you soon." I freaked out and tried to turn on all the lights and lock all the doors, but the feeling of being watched just wouldn't go away. Even now, I keep hearing strange noises and feeling sudden chills. It's like something is trying to get my attention. I don't know if this is just some kind of prank or if there's something actually going on, but I wanted to let you know. If you start feeling any strange vibes or hearing weird noises, you know you're not alone. Stay safe and maybe keep an eye out for anything unusual. And we like to take these stories with a giant grain of salt. That one, I think, was made up. I enjoy anecdotal stories, especially paranormal ones. I've had a lot of paranormal experiences myself, but that, I don't know, that just seems weird. I doubt it. Especially receiving a text message like that. It's like some Reddit users are less than truthful. We'll say that. I think that's probably the worst one we've read tonight. Maybe I'm biased. Are you saying that people make stuff up on the internet? No, never. Why would I say that? If it's on the internet, it has to be true, right? Oof. My lines are getting less clean. Probably means I'm tired. And then I'm gonna go closer to the door, and I think that light stops just shy of it. But I'm also fine. Oh yeah, it does. Okay, so this is right. This is correct. I mean, I decide what goes. It's my comic. I love the fun colors. I got to take some reference photos of the canal down in Richmond proper, on the canal walk. Got to have some pizza from a local pizza place that I like. Overall, pretty successful day. Now I'm just going to quickly draw these in, because I also have to do the tattoos, and I really want to get this done tonight. So if we end up going over the 3 a.m. stop time, I blame myself for not being fast enough. But I'm probably on Monday going to get some of this done off stream before the 8 p.m. start time. So I want to have Chapter 2 done and have the layouts done for Chapter 3 before we go live on Friday. Because we'll be doing a very long stream to celebrate the launch of the Kickstarter. And it should be a good time. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That's better. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, though. I definitely want to have things planned out a little more for Monday's stream to just have stories that I plan to read off when chat is less active with the ghost stories. That way, when lurkers still can get their dose of spoopiness. And I don't have to repeat my own experiences over and over and over again. As much as I'm sure everyone would love to hear about Ghost Road and my experiences with Shadow People again. All right. We're gonna put on this chill liminal playlist for our wonderful listeners right now. And really, we don't have much further to go. The background is going to be pretty easy, I think. And I just need to smooth out some of this. Grab this color. It's okay if I have to come back and do a couple other alterations. All right. And I just want to do this pretty quickly because I can blend the colors with the texture blending brush. That's not what it's called, but that's fine. My brain is short circulating at this moment because it's almost 3 a.m. and I'm still awake. just want to put this in here, because we're going to do a motion blur, I think. We might not have to. I don't want to be over-reliant on that. Besides, when I blend things together, I think it'll have a similar effect. Okay. Then we want this to have a nice glow to it. Even some of these free-handed speed lines. Because if you'll notice, whenever something is lit with electric blue or neon light, it creates this splash effect on most materials. Not all, but most. And I personally think it's really cool. Gonna save real quick. Then I'm gonna have to come in and excavate some of this. Make sure, because whenever I do the texture blender, it usually forces my hand to come back and make sure everything's within the line art. And then there are instances like this where it bleeds a little bit. We don't want it to bleed. All right, let's do the background. Okay. I need to bring up my reference. Nope, not that one. What am I thinking? Oh, that's the one I want. I get to paint one of my favorite panels after this one that I've done. We've got an ad break starting in just a minute. The show's almost over. Thank you for sticking with us for this very long late night show. And if you're out there in the Dreamlands, I hope my voice is able to help you get to sleep just a little bit faster. Saw this posted on Facebook. I am starting a petition to no longer refer to AI art as AI art, but instead as computer-rendered artificial pictures. Crap. Pass it on. You heard it here first, folks. If that sounds like a great idea to you, I think it should. Pass it on. We're an anti-crap stream. We don't support crap. It is now 3 a.m. We are almost done. I think. Oh, all right. I think that's enough for one night. I can always finish this on Monday. We almost got there. We're still making some pretty good time. Let's go ahead and check the counter one last time and update. We're still at 54 people, but that's still really good. Let's go ahead and find somebody to raid. Oh, it's not letting me. Looking for an artist to raid. That one looks promising. And remember, we're gonna be back on Monday night. Thank you so much to Chikuri for raiding. And thank you to Arcana Futura for subscribing. Thank you to Chisler for redeeming Old Man Voice, and Original Quinn for redeeming Old Man Voice multiple times. And we're just trying to find somebody that matches what we're doing here a little bit. Ooh, this is kind of cool. let's I'm still looking. All right, we're gonna raid Zayla Art. So let's go ahead and get some raid notifications up. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and copy the following raid emote. And if you are subscribed, use that one. Oops. Oh wait, where'd they go? Did they disappear? Oh, crap baskets. Oh, there they are. Oh, channel is offline already. Never mind, I guess we can't raid them. They're offline.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and raid this person. Ari Bean Things. Wanna take a look at their about section. Well, I'm having a difficult time deciding. All right, screw it. We'll read this person. Damn it. They do cartoons. All right. Be sure to copy those raid messages, and we'll be back here on Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. See you then.
for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome everyone. Before I start anything, this is an 18 plus stream. Under the age of 18, we gotta go. I'm streaming alongside my good friends Alfred and Vix, Paper Box House and Vix Regretti, and Hickory is also vibing with us. I think he fell asleep or something. But welcome. We are currently working, but we're also role playing. So we're gonna be saying some crazy shit. Just to give you context, we're in the middle of in an elevator, so it's silly roleplay. I hope your stream went well. Thank you again for the raid, and yeah, feel free to lurk, or if you gotta go do things, go do what you gotta do.
She's just like, you still don't fucking get it.
Yeah, what?
It is y'all's turn to attack. Alfred is currently knocked out for this round.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Going back and forth. 15. I got a 15.
Okay. Biggs, what did you get?
Let's say... They're 12.
I'm rolling for Kathy.
Mm-hmm.
She got 2.
Ooh, bitch.
Kathy tries lifting towards y'all, and now y'all can attack, I guess.
Oh, I guess I'll go with fire because I'm still holding Rachel. Yeah, I guess I'll just try and aim for Kathy. It's like I really hope I do, but I guess we're doing this. So, and they're gonna use their fire breath.
You spit fire breath at Kathy, and it pushes her back. And you shoot her in the arm.
Oh my goodness.
Paula, what do you do?
Are we still falling?
Oh yeah,